All right. We're going to get started on this dumb week. Just wanted to give us a little time to get Alex up on stage and everything. Start the space with a little breathing room. How are you doing this week, Alex?
All good, sir. How's the dumb been?
It's been dumb.
It's
I
been
mean,
dumb.
it's been dumb. This is the last full day of Joey's presidency. I'm going to miss that man. I'm going to miss him very, very much. But he's leaving us with some wonderful things like a TikTok ban that he signed into law that he won't enforce. Uh,
Has there been any new
and
pardons yet?
he also hard forked the Constitution. So,
Well, it's what you do when you're afraid that the next guy is going to break all the norms.
right, exactly. Yeah, he hard forked the Constitution. That's actually probably my favorite. But you and I did have a bet going on that whether SBF would be pardoned, and I was on the no side, you were on the yay side, and I'm so far, I got 24 hours or so, a little under that to maintain it. He sneaks it out at the very, very end, right before Trump's sworn in, maybe, but I don't think SBF's getting his pardon.
Yep, it seems like little known trivia, but and I need to chase this up further. But it appears that SBF managed to completely bankrupt the company that ran the Together trial.
Oh,
Do you
well,
know
that's good
anything about this?
news.
Do you want
I
Do you
don't
want me
know
to give
anything
you
about this.
the rundown a little
Absolutely,
bit? So,
absolutely.
do you know that SBF had funded the Platform Life Sciences, which is the company that ran the Together trial?
I had vague knowledge from posts I've seen from you.
Okay, so basically, what he did though wasn't exactly that. He actually gave them a safe. Do you know what safes are?
Go ahead.
Um, it's like the standard funding instrument by the Together by Y Combinator.
Okay.
It's meant to be like a super easy convertible note variant that is sort of very pro startup. However, it was a modified safe that there's two kinds of protective provisions that an investor can have with a safe, and this one was modified to have both, which are actually the way they interact. Creates like a really hard situation for the funded company. But the upshot of all that of all that sort of gerrymandering they did is that they had bought effective control of Platform Life Sciences while not seeming to do so. But since FTX went bankrupt, the people who liquidated it went after Platform Life Sciences, which is the company that ran the Together trial, the startup that ran the Together trial.
So they became liable for the debt.
Yeah, and basically what ended up happening is they effectively agreed to return all their cash to the liquidators, leaving them with, you guessed it, no cash.
Well, that's nice. Now we
But
won't be
it
able
was
to do
completely
any
sorry.
groundbreaking studies.
So they basically gave them 35 million as part of the investment, and then they gave them another 15 million dollars as part of a services agreement with a blank statement of work.
Just a blank statement.
It's just like, this is for the various things that will happen, and like you look at the statement of work on the sort of services agreement, so to speak, and there's nothing.
When these types of shenanigans start to come to like the front, right? Like Elizabeth Holmes and her blood scam, right? If you recall, that was
yeah.
Yes. Okay. So that was a scam where she was supposed to be a tech industrialist. She was modeling herself, like literally visually styling herself after Apple. Yeah, Steve Jobs. There we go. Thank you. Name is escaping me today. So she was modeling herself like after his aesthetic and trying to lower her voice and everything so that she would have a deeper man voice. And she launched this company that was supposed to be able to do blood screenings with like just a tiny pinprick of your finger. So they didn't have to draw large amounts of blood, but they could give you a wide array of screenings from just this one small sample. And this company was in operation for 15 years, and the entire thing was a Potemkin village. an entire company of people that was just lying about what they were operating on. None of it worked, and they just it like it took 15 years to come to explode.
Test results.
Yes.
Real.
Yes, I actually have a thread.
Like, it's vaporware. They actually released the thing that got used by people for health decisions.
Yeah, and Biden is sitting next to her on camera, of course, saying that she's a brilliant mind and she's gonna revolutionize the medical industry. And
yeah, I mean, it was just very, like, you see why that happens. The weirder thing to me is that she had like Kissinger and Mattis, I think, as well on the board. I mean, we're talking some big names. This wasn't like some fly-by-night operation or anything. With the idea being, of course, that they would sort of sell this to the Pentagon, right? That was the whole scam, was that this would work eventually, and they would sell it to the Pentagon.
Yeah, but 15 years is a long time to run a complete scam. But if you have networks with the right people and you get the right press coverage, you can get away with it for a very long time.
Anyway, I'm torn about this because, I mean, there's the felonies that were involved here with giving people false medical information. Okay, but beyond that, a lot of people are like, oh, this proves that Silicon Valley is full of scammers, or whatever. Like, VCs don't know what they're doing. And people don't know that only her first round was by a Silicon Valley firm, at which point Silicon Valley firms just kind of like quietly receded and did not like opt to fund her further. And then her next money came from like, I feel like Murdoch put in a bunch of money, the Walgreens put in a bunch of money, some like random
Walgreens sounds correct. So Walgreens sounds correct. That was the partnership that Theranos had. I just remembered the name now.
All I'm saying is that, like, she basically addressed a different pool of money, and I understand that people don't understand the distinctions I'm trying to draw here. It's just that this is the thing I've done in my life, raised money from venture capitalists. So it's kind of like the one claim of actual expertise I have. And it's fine. I've raised money from different kinds of people. I've raised from like, companies like GE and Ericsson, and I've raised from firms like DFJ, where Elon raised for some of his investments, but some of his companies. Fun fact: the D in DFJ stands for Draper, and Draper was the guy that did the first round for Elizabeth Holmes. So it's it's not it's kind of like very, it's a hit. Let me put it this way: it's a hits driven business. Okay, if you're a venture capitalist, your whole thing is like, we take 10 wild shots and like we hope that one or two make it through. Some of them don't lose our money and the other ones do. That's basically the economics of being a venture capitalist. So when people are accusing venture capitalists of like making wild bets or whatever, they're literally accusing them of doing their job.
Right.
So I don't know.
That's what the venture stands for.
Yes. I mean, it's the venture business has very interesting mechanics. The thing that I find very amusing is it started like the pattern started from funding whaling trips.
Okay.
So you would literally like get a captain, right, saying like, all right, I got a boat, got a crew. Somebody needs to give me the money to go out, and then they get a cut of the whales. I don't know. Revenue.
A cut of the blubber.
Yes, on the way back. So
okay.
it's a it's a wild business, but the distinction between Silicon Valley money and wildly illegal shit that like cost people their I don't know if they like people. I'm not sure if people made like cancer screenings or whatever, but like that's just a company doing fraud.
Right.
Giving you claiming stuff that they have no right to claim.
Right.
Anyway, and it happens all the time, and it's bad.
You also see that a lot of the a lot of it where the investors or people on the board, they don't do a lot of 24-hour a day sort of observation. They come in, they go, their brains float in and out, and they just hope the people they're talking to are giving them the honest answers. They don't read all the forms. They don't try to cross all the T's and dot all the I's and go, hey, this doesn't really make sense, until someone comes to them and goes like, hey, this doesn't make sense. And then they go to the people in charge, and the people in charge lie to them. And often these people have learned how to be very convincing liars over time. So they wind up giving them plausible explanations for the discrepancy, and the people walk away satisfied for a while.
Yep. It's I mean, this is kind of how the guts of capitalism work right now, right? You've got the board and you got the quote unquote management, and the idea is that the board is somewhat responsible, but the CEO is even more responsible, and the CEO is oftentimes the only person that the board has any link to in the company, right? Or maybe they know some of the management, but like it's gauche. It's considered gauche to like go over under the head of the CEO or whatever and reach out to management and ask for information and stuff. It can happen, and it depends on the particular situations. Anyway, we don't need to go too deep into it. I just find that whole story very very interesting, but also like it bothers me because it's being used against the very notion of funding innovation. That I don't think the people sort of making those claims truly understand what it is they're.
There's a long history of that. There's probably going to be a lot of parallels in what they call speculation in the stock market, shorting and other types of behavior, where there's definitely useful
profiteering,
side effects of things like shorting stocks, etc. Even though, of course, some of the behavior, particularly when it's coordinated, could be described as let's say damaging, reckless, predatory, things like that. Trying to tank a stock for maybe a hostile takeover with an open market purchase or something by another company, where you attempt to do a short-term tanking of the evaluation by shorting the stock. I mean, there are things that you could say would be not good about the process, but in general, stock shorting is a very valid function that sends reasonable signals throughout the market about what's valuable and what's not.
Yeah, the problem there often is that shorting is a mechanism that's been invented to do the operation of betting against the company, but it has its own unique dynamics. Like you are exposed to potentially infinite downside.
Right. So for those who don't know what stock shorting is, effectively what you do is you are borrowing a share of stock that someone else owns. You are borrowing it from them. You are selling it on the open market, and for the time being, you take the money. So let's just pretend that something's selling for $100 on the market. You borrow a share, you sell it, you get $100. Your strategy is to hope that the stock price goes down. You can rebuy that stock. So let's say the price tanks to 80. You now have $100. You spend 80 to buy the stock back, and you return it to its previous owner. Therefore, you have netted $20. Now, in a standard stock purchase, you buy the stock and you be able to sell it later. And the only thing that can happen is you lose all your money. So if you bought the stock at $100 and it tanks to zero, you lose all your money, but it was only $100. However, a stock short has a different problem. There is no lower bound. There is no bottom to what you can lose. So when you borrow that stock and sell it for $100, if the stock price doubles, you've lost $100. But if the stock price triples or quadruples, you've now lost several times the money that you actually were kind of going into that market for. So you could lose, as Alex said, like an infinite amount of money in concept, particularly if you're dabbling in stuff where the possibilities for expansion are on like the 7,000 times stuff. You just think of trying to short Bitcoin when it was $100 and where it is now.
Well, yeah, and you also have a time thing, right? Because you usually usually rent the stock from the person you're borrowing it from.
Yeah, it's not an indefinite borrow.
But that kind of means that you need an outcome and you need it quick, right? All I'm trying to say is that all of this creates a certain amount of incentive and behaviors that aren't necessarily intrinsic to I'm betting against this company. It's not symmetrical to investing. I guess is what I'm trying to
Right.
say.
Right.
It's got its
Yes.
own
Yes.
little distortions because of how the mechanism has been implemented that have
Yes.
all sorts of other things. If anybody wants to look into it, the craziest story I know about this, and I know we're kind of going a little sideways, but this is fun, is the Volkswagen acquisition
Hmm.
by Porsche. Do you know anything about this, Gator?
I don't know anything about this. I was just going to talk about GME because that was the
Oh no,
most
no,
recent
this is
popular
wild.
thing that I.
So
Okay.
basically, people, I think it was after the great financial crisis, they noticed that Volkswagen didn't go down with the rest of the sector. Um, and so people were expecting that this was some kind of adjustment that was going to happen. Um, but what and it was unclear, right? And it kept holding, and people kept shorting, and it kept holding on, and people kept shorting. And at some point it became clear that the German stock market works slightly differently than the American stock market, which means that it allows companies to, through intermediaries, to start accumulating stock in ways that aren't immediately apparent.
Okay.
So what was actually happening is that Porsche, another German automaker, in the background was accumulating Volkswagen stock as people were shorting, which is why it was creating a sort of a backstop. But it gets a lot worse because when Porsche sort of revealed its position, it became clear that it had so much stock that there was not enough supply on the market for all the shorts to
Hmm.
cover their shorts.
Yeah.
So
So
which
what
means
he's saying there, for those who don't know, you have this this short selling you're doing. People are borrowing stocks and selling them. Now, in order to complete this short sell, you eventually have to buy the stock back and return it to the owner. But at any given time on the market, there is not necessarily enough people on the market to sell at that moment. Okay, so you actually have to find people who are willing to buy. Now, every single day, there's what they call the volume. That's the number of shares that are traded on the open market. But what happens sometimes is the what they call the float, which is the number of shares from the total number of shares available that are being short sold. So you could have, let's just for simple numbers, 1,000 shares, and you can have 200 of them being shorted, a large number of them, so it's a large percentage. And at any given time, the stock price might start to skyrocket, making the people who are short selling want to buy shares back to prevent their losses. What happens though is that buy pressure then causes the stock price to further climb up, and there are too many people willing to buy because they need to get rid of their shorts, and there's too few shares being sold at the time, and therefore the price just keeps going up, 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 and up. And they call that a short squeeze. Continue,
Yep.
Alex.
So yeah, so basically, Volkswagen briefly became the most valuable company in the world because everybody was looking for these stocks. Basically, I think you have to understand what's happening there. If a financial firm is due to return the stock and it doesn't have it, I think at that point you're just done. It is it is there's no way for you to say like, oh, come back tomorrow or whatever. If your contract is that you should return the stock today or whatever, and you don't have it, it's bad. I don't exactly understand how bad, but I shared a chart to the space that shows the Volkswagen stock price basically rising, I don't know, like 6 times, from
I mean, if the
170 to
company owns, the shares that you're attempting to buy back, they don't have to sell them. They could just
well, that's what Porsche did, and I think
yeah.
they did then eventually start to drip feed them out and became like, they just had an incredibly, insanely positive outcome for themselves, with the proceeds of which they actually ended up buying Volkswagen. So,
Wow. Okay, that is a fascinating story. I wish I would have known about.
it is
Okay.
wild, and
Yeah. Wow.
there's all sorts of things because Volkswagen has there's special laws in Bavaria, where the Bavarian government has to have um, control effectively of Volkswagen and 20% of the stock or something. Anyway, long story short, that's why people didn't think that this was gonna happen, but they didn't realize that Porsche is also an insider in the same system.
Okay.
So they basically, there was a lot of things happening in the background that um, made like to me this is crazier than the GME thing, basically.
Well,
Anyway,
GME was what was fascinating simply because they were what they call retail
yeah.
people who were coordinating
There's a
online.
lot of crazy going on there, and yeah, the whole Robin Hood thing was wild, and
Right.
a lot going on for sure.
Okay. Well, that was a good, interesting opening tangent. I don't think we've ever done a tangent at the beginning of the, the space, but that was very fascinating.
Earlier.
So, what we got to start from my list, and of course, if you have anything you want to bring in, let me know. But what we have from the start from my list is we have some clips from our favorite human being, Sam Harris, on Bill Maher's Club Random podcast. Discussing at one point his new conspiracy theory that Donald Trump was not actually shot in the ear, that it was shrapnel from the teleprompters.
Well, there's one thing I am skeptical about.
Come on.
I haven't said anything about this. I'll give it to you. This just could be based on a faulty intuition about ballistics, but I'm surprised that a rifle round making any degree of contact with an ear wouldn't do more damage. I think a shattered piece of shrapnel from a teleprompter is far more likely to have done that to his ear than a rifle round.
That's so silly.
Have you seen what rifle rounds do to human bodies?
I know, but like, if it just hit it by the slightest possible degree, it just, it makes much more sense. The guy behind.
Well, no, but I do. No, there's no question there were rifle rounds flying. Someone was killed. I'm not debating that at all. But if in fact a teleprompter was hit by the rifle round and we know there was shattered glass, that makes more sense to me.
Oh, but he didn't get hit at all. It was the teleprompter.
He got hit by flying glass as opposed to a rifle round.
That doesn't change the basic narrative.
No, zero change.
No, I completely agree that it could be that McLovin just missed him completely.
McLovin?
That's what I call him. And shot the other guy. And he got hit by
Yes, no, it does not take anything away from him having survived a legit assassination attempt. Right. I'm not disputing that.
And by the way, thank God he did. Not just because even people we don't like, we should not wish their death, but it's a bad place for your mind to be, I think. But also because the country would just have gone nuts.
Yeah.
So, there's noted conspiracy theorist Sam Harris talking about his latest theory that the teleprompters that did not get hit by bullets are what caused the wound on Donald Trump's ear. Now, this is a pattern that Sam Harris has where he purposely, I guess, doesn't read anything about the subject that he's talking about, whether it was the Hunter Biden laptop or anything involving other controversies, and he just takes the little bit that he grabbed about the situation, extrapolates, and tells people what the logical thing to think would be.
Yeah, it tells you how he's programmed, basically, right? Because this is not this just occurred to me, right? This was floated early on,
right,
as a way to minimize what happened. Okay, and Sam somehow digs it up from his collective unconscious or whatever, and all of a sudden it's like, yeah, what if blah blah blah. Now here's the thing, right? On some level, whatever, he's just speculating, and he does say, hey, it didn't change what happened or whatever, right? Okay, so on some level, he didn't really say anything. He's just like, shooting the shit with Bill Maher. But
he doesn't afford other people the same luxury.
Well, of course not. But also, I don't think that that's what's happening. I think there is something there about, it couldn't have, have we talked about the Gricean maxims?
I don't believe so.
Okay, so anyway, I don't have it fresh in my head, so I'm not able to like represent it properly. But basically, this is a theory from linguistics, which the fundament of it is called the cooperative principle, which means that when somebody's saying something, they're trying to convey something, right? And this is how we read meaning, right? If I tell my wife that we're out of long yellow fruits, right, and my kids are, let's say my 2-year-old is in front of us, right? She will understand that I don't want to say the word banana, right? That I did not just like somehow have a stroke and I'm using weird words, and code language to say something, right? Because she assumes that I'm trying to communicate with her, and if I'm not doing the obvious thing, there is a reason for that, right? That I think one of them is called the principle of efficiency, which means that whatever way you're using to convey what you're conveying is the easiest way to do so. And therefore, if you're not using the obvious way to do so, there is additional meaning being conveyed, right? So this kind of goes to a lot of the conversations we'll have with some people that are like, no, I never said this, or what, like the kind of like trying to like dance around an argument.
Yes.
Where they're like, no, that's not what I meant, whatever.
Yes.
No, I totally had a lot of that can be defeated, and I do frequently defeat it by citing those maxims, because it's like, we all know what you said, and here's, go read some linguistics if you really want it spelled out, but now shut the fuck up and go away, because we all know what you said. Anyway, point being, yes, this does take away from the whole sort of bravery and by this, the myth making of the moment, right? It does cut against it, and it was promoted as what actually happened, even though it takes a millisecond to find the photo with the teleprompters being completely in one piece with nothing missing, right? It takes zero time to fact check this.
So the ear
photographers there and footage, right? They didn't even need to do any cross checking. They can just look at the photographs of the people that they had there at the event.
The ear is symbolic. The ear is symbolic to exactly how close Trump was to being assassinated. And if it is shrapnel from teleprompter, while still relatively significant, nobody wants a bullet to be within a couple meters of them, traveling at that high speed at a couple meters from them. But an inch is significantly shorter than a yard. And if it was shrapnel because the bullet hit a teleprompter and therefore whizzed by his head a yard away, and the shrapnel hit his ear, that is somehow not as significant, right? It downplays the significance of how close he was to death. Because if the bullet is what hits his ear, now you're talking about an inch. He moves slightly to the left or the right, and he's gone.
Or if he hadn't moved, as the case.
Yes.
Have been.
Yes, he had moved his head.
Really, what this does is downplay the size of the fuck up, right? Of the right? Because it's like, well, somebody shot a bullet in the vicinity, that's one thing. Somebody being able to like set down and aim and that's a different thing.
And then it also turns Trump into a liar again.
Right, exactly. He's exaggerating this and that, whatever, all the subtext is there. But it's exactly like you say, right? Like Sam remains deliberately uninformed about stuff that he has no reason to be uninformed. But it also kind of tells you how, Sam and all his friends get programmed by the New York Times, because again, this was not a random misunderstanding. Like this was the narrative they were trying to go with. Sam, what is it? Trump ducks because of loud bangs in the vicinity or whatever it was.
Yes. Loud noises scare Trump.
Yeah. Also, pull it. But also, loud noises. Anyway, long story short, I find this just completely ridiculous. As again, right? Like I get like the fact that I'm trying to be the referee here. I'm like, oh, the rules. But like, this is exactly what's happening. I'm sorry. Like Sam is the person who says it's irresponsible to make, blah, 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 hypothesize in public. You're like Alex Jones, whatever. And on this, he's like, oh, by the way, let's shoot the shit, right? There's no consistency, and like you say again, there's this deliberate under-informing himself on things that are like as resolved as anything could possibly be resolved, right? And you know what makes it even worse for Sam somehow is that he keeps complaining that the people he complains about don't go back and clean up their messes, when he has, to my knowledge, never gone back and cleaned up a mess. He tried once with Brett. And I know the background story that ended up pushing him to give the world's worst apology. And and it was so bad that he actually made it worse. Like it was watered down, first of all, for the person who got him to try to get him to admit that he was mistaken, and then Sam himself then watered it down further to the point where like there was really nothing. And so that was kind of the point that Sam made, is like, you guys are going after me for this immaterial thing, fine, but it's immaterial, right? When in fact that the point itself was not immaterial. It's just that, you know, he's such a difficult person to work with, to communicate with, to correct, that, you know, and people are so basically afraid of him that the one person who sort of, you know, called him out on it did it with, like, you know, kid gloves on, and then Sam took that and he watered it down further, and then there was nothing left. And
I could see, you know, Sam Harris's presentation style and form of articulation being intimidating for a large number of people. However, in a certain level of playground that he's in, he's not intimidating at all. His flaws are on full display, and exploiting his flaws would be fairly trivial. It's not.
Well, no, what I'm saying is that you see how he approaches me, right? That I don't play nice. I just like call him out as I see it, right?
Well, and you are a loathsome psychopath, sir.
Exactly, right? And people don't want to be, you know, on his sites with a platform of that size, and they frankly can't afford to. Right, so they play softball. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that it is difficult to figure out things that Sam does wrong. Trust me, it is not one of the most complicated cognitive tasks I've ever had to do in my life.
For the record, Alex and I have not always agreed on things, and at times we have argued with each other. And he has always been someone who listens to what you're trying to say. So I can defend Alex's ability to actually want to find out what people are saying and argue on the terms that they're discussing.
Anyway, long story short,
sorry, I didn't want to ruin your psycho rep.
Humorous. This whole thing is just fucking humorous because, you know, he just can't fucking hold a fucking line. And it's not that like I want him to hold my line. I'm happy for him to define whatever the fucking line is, but he has to hold one. Damn it, he can't just fucking keep doing this.
Well, so that brings us to.
Are we going to get into the his little back and forth with Elon?
Yes.
Okay. Let's do it.
Pick up a pen from across the room. I'm going to fix that. And Twitter. I'm going to fix that. That's fucked up. What else is fucked up? Honey, bring in the short list of fucked up things. Oh yeah, U.S. government, super fucked up. I'm going to fix it. I think that's what gets his juices flowing. You know.
But the caveat to that is he's actually behaving in a way that is reckless and unethical and fucking identifiable people over massively, and he doesn't care. Right? So he's a very Trumpian character.
Give me specifics on that.
Well, I mean, he'll tweet, he'll put an identifiable, you know, civilian on blast in front of 200 million people, knowing that that's going to completely fuck over their lives.
Like who?
Like Yoel Roth, the head of trust and safety for Twitter, who he called a pedophile based on no fucking evidence, and the guy had to like flee his house because he was getting so many death threats and
from kids.
Yeah. So I mean, but he'll do that, and he'll do that again and again, and he knows the consequences. He's not dumb. He knows you're talking to 200 million people, 1% of whom are crazy, right? He insists on playing this game. He doesn't have to do it. He's addicted to Twitter, and it's deranging his personality, and it's undermining his ethics. And he will even fuck over a former friend who was just trying to be a friend, helping him when he was starting to use these tools. Is he
trying to attack you?
Oh yeah. Yeah. No, I speak as one who knows. Oh yeah.
On that level?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Like by sticking who on you?
Well, no, just attacking me on Twitter. I mean, it's not compared to what happened to Yoel Roth. It's not bad, but he will a Pizzagate lunatic, like literally one of the people who gave us Pizzagate. You know, I'm not going to name them because they would be happy to be named in this context, but there's a couple of guys who gave us Pizzagate. You know, you remember what Pizzagate was?
Of course. That Hillary Clinton was running a pedophile ring out of a pizza parlor.
Out of the basement of a pizza parlor that doesn't have a basement.
In their defense, the pizza was fantastic.
So the people who gave us that are people who are in very good standing with Elon, who Elon will talk to them in Twitter spaces and give them the mic and boost them and just high five them. And he knows, I've pointed out how crazy these people are to him. These people will send him a clip from my podcast or some other podcast maybe this podcast, maybe we'll do it here, right? Making it seem like I've said the opposite of what I said in context. Like they sent him one where I seem to be saying that I didn't care about the chaos at the border, whereas I have exactly Elon's view of the border, and in context you could hear that. But they'll send the opposite, and Elon will react to it. He doesn't have time to listen to the podcast, obviously, so he'll just react to the clip saying, Sam Harris is a total moron, right? Like it was something like that. But amplify this to millions of people. And I will email him and say, Elon, you are being gamed by right-wing trolls who gave us Pizzagate. This is not what I said in context, right? And he will tell me to go fuck myself. And he knows. But he read the email. Oh yeah, he will respond to the email. Go fuck yourself.
Now, I want to point out before we move on to the next thing they say about Elon here. You notice that Sam is very focused on telling Elon the source of claims instead of specifically leading with the claim being wrong. So he starts trying to defend himself first before even talking about a particular instance, by talking about the people who gave us Pizzagate, right? He's running off of what they call the genetic fallacy, which is that the source of information determines its truth. And he is basically saying that these people, which may be bad actors, maybe careless, sloppy people who are only self-serving in their promotion and therefore willing to say anything that is sensational in order to get their own popularity to rise. He is then saying himself, his own testimony, I sent Elon an email telling him that he is being manipulated by lunatics.
By right-wing
That is not the right way. That is not the right way to start a conversation about what factually happened somewhere. That is a way to tell people. That's him saying, Elon, you're stupid. You're a dupe. You don't understand how information is shared, or how news works, or how learning what the truth is works. Like, that's what he's basically saying when he says you're being manipulated by right-wing trolls who gave us Pizzagate.
Again, the Sam has this weird princeling syndrome where he can do that to other people. If others send that to him, you are being manipulated by lefty, public health, maniac, technocrats or whatever. You'll get that response back in Sam's language, which is probably like, I don't know, I'll meditate for you. I assume he doesn't pray. But it's the same thing. It's just not go fuck yourself. Probably. Who knows?
And that explains why he's fine, not actually delving into matters and knowing what the fuck he's talking about before reaching a conclusion, like with the prompter. He trusts the conclusions of the sources, and that's all he does. Is he goes, I need to prune my sources to make sure my sources are good, so I don't actually have to think about it or read any of the shit.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know what to say. It's bad. And I mean, see what he said there, right? Like, and he's said this very, very frequently. Elon's addicted to Twitter. What is that claim exactly? Like, what is it? Is it? Well, how does he know this? Elon how does he come in possession of this information? What does it even mean to be addicted? Like, this is not
several
like an
times,
organic substance.
Elon has ground up Twitter, put it in a spoon, lit the spoon on fire in order to freebase it.
Right. But you see what I mean, though, right? Like, it's a claim that is an opinion, effectively, right? He looks to me as if he is acting against his own interests on Twitter, right? But which is the same category of claim as, Elon lost so much money on Twitter the one day, and then, oh my God, Tesla, doubled in value ever since Trump won the election. This is the oligarch, making money, and it's like, you have to pick a fucking lane. Either he is incompetent with money or he is hyper competent with money. Whatever it is, pick one. So we can argue about it, but you can't have both. It's wild to me that he just kind of like puts that out there with no definitions, no way to prove to himself that he's wrong or whatever, right? And other times, and potentially even in the same podcast, he will also throw in there, it's like these are like ketamine addled.
I think that's in the next clip,
right? And again, it's like, what are you doing? Like, the man has a prescription for, something. you're the guy that said that when he left his house, he took a bottle of MDMA with him. I don't understand.
He does not care if he's defaming someone in public who used to be a friend. So, I mean, it was, and this is why we're no longer friends. So, I mean, the guy is snorting ketamine and on Twitter all day long. I mean,
there is no defending that, and I wouldn't try.
Yeah.
But, you know.
That's not to dispute anything you said about it. I mean, he's the greatest entrepreneur of his generation. I think that's not disputable. But there's no reason to ignore the downside of his personality and the way he's treating people.
But also to take advantage of the upside, I guess, is, that's the complication of human life. I mean, do we listen to R. Kelly and Michael Jackson? I say yes, but even though we know that they did things in their private life that are very not admirable. So,
So Elon then put out a Substack post. The platform that he used to deride as being, a terrible place for people to congregate to get their information. Now he's on it because he's realizing that, his paywall is not actually inviting people, so he needs to be on the same source that everyone else is. And so he writes this article, says, "The trouble with Elon. I didn't set out to become an enemy of the world's richest man, but I seem to have managed it all the same. Until this moment, I've resisted describing my falling out with Elon Musk in much detail, but as the man's cultural influence has metastasized, and he continues to spread lies about me on the social media platform that he owns, it seems only appropriate to set the record straight. I know that it annoys many in my audience to see me defend myself against attacks that they recognize to be spurious, but they might, nevertheless, find the details of what happened with Elon interesting. Of all the remarkable people I've met, Elon is probably the most likely to remain a world historical figure, despite his best efforts to become a clown. He is also the most likely to squander his ample opportunities to live a happy life, ruin his reputation and most important relationships, and produce lasting harm across the globe. None of this was obvious to me when we first met, and I have been quite amazed at Elon's evolution, both as a man and as an avatar of chaos. The friend I remember did not seem to hunger for public attention, but his engagement with Twitter X transformed him to a degree seldom seen outside of the Marvel movies or Greek mythology. If Elon is still the man I knew, I can only conclude that I never really knew him. When we first met, Elon wasn't especially rich or famous. In fact, I recall him teetering on the brink of bankruptcy around 2008 while risking the last of his previous fortune to make payroll at Tesla. At the time, he was living off loans from his friends Larry and Sergey. Once Elon became truly famous and his personal wealth achieved escape velocity, I was among the first friends he called to discuss his growth security concerns. I put him in touch with Gavin DeBecker, who provided his first bodyguards and recommended other changes to his life. We also went shooting on at least 2 occasions with Scott Wrights, the finest firearms instructor I ever met. It is an ugly irony that Elon's repeated targeting of me on Twitter X has increased my own security concerns. He understands this, of course, but does not seem to care. So how did we fall out? Let this be a cautionary tale for any of Elon's friends who might be tempted to tell the great man something he doesn't want to hear. When the SARS-CoV-2 virus first invaded our lives in March of 2020, Elon began tweeting in ways that I feared would harm his reputation. I also worried that his tweets might exacerbate the coming public health emergency. Italy had already fallen off a cliff, and Elon shared the following opinion with tens of millions of fans. The coronavirus panic is dumb. As a concerned friend, I send him a private text. Hey, brother, I really think you need to walk back your coronavirus tweet. I know there's a way to parse it that makes sense. Panic is always dumb, but I fear that that's not the way most people are reading it. You have an enormous platform, and much of the world looks to you as an authority on all things technical. Coronavirus is a very big deal, and if we don't get our act together, we're going to look just like Italy very soon. You want to turn some engineers loose on the problem, now would be a good time for breakthroughs in the production of ventilators. Elon's response was, I believe, the first discordant note ever struck in our friendship. Sam, you of all people should not be concerned about this. He included a link to a page on the CDC website indicating that COVID was not even among the top 100 causes of death in the United States. This was a patently silly point to make in the first days of a pandemic. We continued exchanging texts for at least 2 hours. If I hadn't known that I was communicating with Elon Musk, I would have thought I was debating someone who lacked any understanding of basic scientific and mathematical concepts, like exponential curves. Elon and I didn't converge on a common view of epidemiology over the course of those 2 hours, but we hit upon a fun compromise, a wager. Elon bet me $1 million to be given to charity, and against a bottle of fancy tequila, $1,000, that we wouldn't see as many as 35,000 cases of COVID in the United States. Cases, not deaths. The terms of the bet reflected what was, in his estimation, the near certainty, 1,000 to 1, that he was right. Having already heard credible estimates that there could be 1 million deaths from COVID in the US over the next 12 to 18 months, I thought the terms of the bet ridiculous and quite unfair to Elon. I offered to spot him 2 orders of magnitude. I was confident that we'd soon have 3.5 million cases of COVID in the US. Elon accused me of having lost my mind and insisted that we stick to the ceiling of 35,000. We communicated sporadically by text over the next couple of weeks, while the number of reported cases grew. Ominously, Elon dismissed the next batch of data reported by the CDC as merely presumptive, while confirmed cases of COVID on his account remained elusive. A few weeks later, when the CDC website finally reported 35,000 deaths from COVID in the US and 600,000 cases, I sent Elon the following text. Is 35,000 deaths plus 600,000 cases greater than 35,000 cases? This text appeared to have ended our friendship. Elon never responded, and it was not long before he began maligning me on Twitter for a variety of imaginary offenses. For my part, I eventually started complaining about the startling erosion of his integrity on my podcast without providing any detail about what transpired between us. I'm going to stop there. I think that's pretty decent of a read so far into his letter here. Any
I can give you
thoughts there?
Some context on all this if you want it. So this is a great sort of example of Sam Harris myth making, right? So I'm going to take for granted that the text that he read and the precise dates that he gives are correct. Okay. Yeah. And it it generally tracks what Elon was saying in sort of, March, April, May 2020 about COVID, right? And by the way, all this was informed by Elon's access to Chinese data from his Chinese factories that were able to squash the thing like pretty quickly, I guess. We have to believe the data, but as an issue in China, COVID basically went away. Okay, and Elon saw that and is like, whatever, it's going to burn out. It's going to be like SARS-1. I think that was basically his model. Okay. And with the obvious overconfidence and whatever, right? And so, he made a shitty bet, and I totally believe that he would sort of evade dealing with the situation if not pressed, properly, right? Like being sat down or going out for dinner and saying like, dude, you really lost here. I don't know what to say, whatever, right? Not like a densely coded text message that is ignorable, and then 3 years later is like somebody goes out and tries to destroy your credibility on that basis. But it would take a lot more finesse to make him pay out on that, and it's shitty, right? I hear you, Sam. Now, Sam though says, it wasn't long. He attributes causality to that text on the basis of another claim that he attaches to it, which is it wasn't long before Elon started maligning me on Twitter,
with no examples attached.
No examples attached, but people did look. And the first example of Elon maligning Sam on Twitter was in the fall of 2022, if I'm not mistaken. It was definitely 22. I think it was the fall. Okay, so 2.5 years later. Oh, well, no, a year and a half later.
Okay.
Yeah. So
post hoc, ergo.
Right, exactly, right. So all you now have when you actually realize that is a sequence of events and an attributed sort of theory from Sam. Unfortunately, Elon chose to address this thing, which I do think takes away from his integrity, especially given his other integrity issues with the gaming claims that he's been making. But whatever.
What was Elon's response? You saying there?
His response was to retweet my to quote tweet my post.
Okay, yeah.
Basically a Trumpian type response, which is like, you're going after my integrity, I'm going after yours, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not even going to deign to address this issue.
Just for people who don't follow Alex and I as closely as we want you to.
Yes.
What year was that clip from, Alex? I can pull it up, but
it was 2022.
Okay,
Because
so
I know this. Glenn Greenwald put put it in his list of top clips of 2022. So
this was probably Alex's most viral tweet of all time that actually just keeps recurring every couple of months to gain new virality. Which is where Alex clipped Sam Harris on the Trigonometry podcast, where Sam had basically said in a staggering sequence of self-correction that the suppression of the Hunter Biden laptop was a left-wing conspiracy to prevent Trump from taking the presidency, and it was warranted. He got pushback from Konstantin Kisin, saying, "Wait, you support a left-wing conspiracy to prevent Trump from taking the presidency?" He says, "Well, it wasn't left-wing." He's already changed what he stated. It wasn't left-wing because
Liz Cheney.
Liz Cheney is a Republican. Okay, so then Kisin goes, "Hey, so you're okay with a conspiracy?" And then Sam goes, "Well, is it a conspiracy just because people were like talking to each other and planning it?" And he goes, like, if there was an asteroid coming and and people start talking about what to do, is that a conspiracy? And like Alex had clipped this at the time. I think the total amount of space was 2 minutes and 20 seconds to post on Twitter. And Alex had clipped that and then continued a long thread going throughout the podcast with other clips maintained.
Well, this particular clip thread already, right? This is just one post in one thread that had a lot of stuff before and after it.
Yes. And so Alex, clipped the 220 max on that part, and that particular clip went viral. After that time, Sam has, in many locations, described Alex as a psychopath, and Eric Weinstein on another Trigonometry podcast with Sam referred to Alex as Brett Weinstein's attack poodle.
The attack poodle, yes.
Just because Alex has at times gone after a couple people with thunk tweets.
That particular clip was amazing because basically the subtext, it took me a while to sort of understand what the fuck I was even watching, but the subtext was basically Eric trying to throw his brother a lifeline if only he will disown me. Because it's easy to sort of blame the no-name guy, right, for the solution of the IDW. If only Brett would say, like, "Hey guys, I don't know what came over me. That guy just, whispered sweet nothings in my ear, and I lost track of myself. I'm so sorry. Let's all be friends." That would, if Brett said something like that, everything would be okay, or at least that's what Eric was kind of like putting out there. Which of course has nothing to do with anything, right? Doesn't actually. It's that studied uninformedness of Sam Harris and his friends who just say stuff that sounds good, unless you actually have any semblance of having tracked the situation, in which case they're just making shit up. Anyway, but
well,
sorry,
you are now a PhD diagnosed psychopath. So
yeah. Well,
he was a neuroscientist, so that's official right there.
His PhD isn't all that, so.
So that clip was what was reposted, now almost 3 years later by Elon just the other day. And I sent Alex a text within like 2 minutes, and I go, "Good morning," because I knew his Twitter would be useless. His notifications would be
it now finally is dying down.
Yes, well, that's pretty good.
An Elon quote tweet is very interesting because you sometimes can get you a lot of traffic, but it depends on the tweet. This one has so much like innate virality that it starts a lot of other threads that keep going on their own. It doesn't just depend on the original push. Anyway, so that to say that was Elon's response to Sam's attack. So we don't really know what happened. I assume that what happened is what Sam says, with the added element that look, if you've lost a bet and somebody's like, "Pay up," right, you're probably going to put that off or whatever. It's not the most pleasant thing to deal with, and if they never bring it up again, then you're liable never to follow up. Is my feeling. Trying to give Elon the maximum benefit of the doubt, which I shouldn't, but I'm just sort of, overinterpreting the situation a little bit. But the annoying thing to me is that Sam added that coda there, which is like, and this is why, my friendship and his friendship ended and whatever, blah, blah, blah. And adding a whole host of interpretive elements that, aren't backed up by, we're not back, you'll notice that Sam had a ton of detail on the original setup of the bet, but he kind of just briefly mentions, and that's where he started attacking me, and kind of left it at that without documenting that one.
Right. And that was also around the time that Elon was considering purchasing Twitter, and that was also around the same time that Sam decided to leave, because at first he said that, you're going to let Alex Jones back on, and at the time Elon said that he wasn't letting Alex Jones back on, but he was considering letting Trump back on, and Sam decided that he couldn't have that, and he wouldn't be a part of a platform that let Trump back on. The former president of the United States, and now tomorrow the president of the United States again. He's not allowed to be on Twitter.
Whatever, Sam can do whatever he wants. All I'm saying is that there was a lot more water under the bridge by the time that Elon started shitting on him. And again, right, he's like, by talking badly about me, he's raising my security concerns, yada yada. It's like, okay, but at the same time, this can't be a valid reason for not sharing your opinions about stuff.
It's the level of criticism is that, he's calling him a subtard.
Anyway, I mean, sure. He's not saying it's the reason that our democracy is over or whatever, right?
I think this is important. Okay. He is attempting to simply say that based off of the quantity of followers and therefore the volume of eyeballs that will be seeing a message that is negative about Sam Harris, that Elon is putting his life at risk. Okay. The claim is not he is actually saying things that put my life at risk, where he is encouraging people to come after me. He is encouraging people to find out stuff about me. He is doing anything that is instructing people to do something to me. It is simply having a disagreement. Now, Sam affords himself. Now, of course, he doesn't have 200 and some million followers on Twitter. He doesn't have any followers on Twitter anymore. But he doesn't calibrate the size of his audience to say that he's out of bounds of commenting on something negatively, because he's just voicing his calm opinion, even if he's saying that Elon is snorting ketamine while on Twitter. Right?
Well, the stuff he says about me, arguably.
Oh yes, that's a good example.
When people are, have put my family's safety at risk for reasons, and I don't want to continue to amplify. Could that be because it was like the Sam Harris critique had a role in it? Probably not, but I don't know, right? I don't know why that guy was doing what he was doing. I couldn't rule it out, but it's that sort of same thing as free will critique, right? It's the whole platforming argument, basically. It's like you're giving this thing attention, and the attention by itself is bad. It's stochastic terrorism, effectively. Right? So, but if you ask Sam, if somebody brought that to Sam, he would say, well, this guy did something actually bad, and that's why I'm entitled to do this. Whereas I didn't do something really bad, so Sam isn't entitled to do this. And then you basically go back down to the gutter, trying to argue semantics about who did something bad and who didn't. Right. Now,
inside of that conversation with Bill Maher, Sam was really fixated on something called Pizzagate. Now, we're not jumping into that now, but if time provides, and I think I can fit it in, I have an exceptionally long story to tell everybody about the history of Pizzagate that basically has to roll up 30 years of political fighting and big name players to explain, because Sam's understanding of what Pizzagate is very similar to what we described earlier, where he doesn't know anything that he's talking about except for the summaries that bubble up in the very shorthand, the shorthand that comes up through his media networks. He doesn't know a thing about it. He knows a couple players who maybe had some bizarre ideas, and he has absolutely no idea the rest of that story. And it is one of the more fascinating stories simply because it does involve 30 years of politics to understand fully. Now, I don't know if we'll get to that today, but if we have time, I will get into that.
Which I was curious about. He identifies one specific clip that I think he was probably genuinely taken out of context on. Though I'm not going to give him that just like that.
Okay. What was it?
It was about the border. Right?
Okay.
Where he, what he said was, anyway, it was a lot more touch and go than the stuff that I'm getting blasted for. Let's put it that way. But the interesting thing is that he said that clip was sent to Elon by one of the guys who started Pizzagate, who brought us Pizzagate, as he called it. And so I looked to figure out who broadcasted that clip, and I saw Chief Nerd, who is, I don't know, like, I hadn't connected him with Pizzagate or really, that whole cluster at all. And maybe he wasn't the original, but Chief Nerd tends to give credit to people. So I don't know.
In the past, he's always been referring to Mike Cernovich. But that's usually who he's referring to, because Mike Cernovich was one of the in the lead up to the 2016 election, he was one of the people who was gaining popularity. He was associating himself with, all the IDW players at the time, and you might recall this. He had a back and forth with Eric Weinstein just right before this election, when Eric Weinstein said that he, wasn't endorsing Trump or Kamala. He got into it with Cernovich. Cernovich was calling him setting a fence sitter and stuff like that. Cernovich was gaining popularity in the 2015 era. He made a documentary with Jordan Peterson in it. Lots of people who are now major players, and he at some point was discussing the things involved with Pizzagate. Now, whether he was a central player or just someone who made it, I guess, a little bit more widely discussed, that's hard to say, because Pizzagate's a huge story that has all sorts of things going on about it. But in the past, Sam has always viewed Mike Cernovich as being among the top people who were pushing it.
Anyway, I don't know. Maybe Cernovich retweeted it or whatever. I don't really find anything. But it's interesting that, that's how he chose to connect this story. Like, this is a thing about the border, when in fact I actually agree with you, which he didn't actually say in the email that he was complaining about getting told to go fuck himself. But all that whole thing was fascinating to me, because I actually, as always with Sam Harris, try to trace back what he was saying to the specifics, and ended up in a dead end.
Yeah, well, his with your clip, your viral clip, he tried to walk back what he says, and claims that you took him out of context, and you didn't take him out of context. To the extent that there was slightly more context, it did not help his case. In fact,
I told people argument over to go watch the whole thing, because and I had many people tell me, holy shit, I saw the whole thing, and it only gets worse.
It does only get worse,
because it does, right?
He tried to come back and say that
he used the word engineered, by the way, right? In one podcast, he says that clip was engineered to create maximum whatever, right?
Wow,
and
I didn't know you could do that.
Well,
among your skill sets, I didn't know you had that.
What does engineered even mean, right? Like, it could mean anything. It could mean that I selected the start and the end point somehow. Weirdly, the crazy thing that I keep coming back to, and I know, like, it doesn't change anybody's opinion about the matter, but I genuinely, the Hunter Biden dead children thing did not even stick in my consciousness when I was cutting that clip, and you can tell that
most people didn't even. Most people ignored it. It was a joke. They took it as a joke. It was his hypocrisy over being the guy who wrote a book that says that lying is never acceptable, talking about he was being okay with people suppressing news stories so that the voters didn't actually have time to adjudicate something before an election.
He again, right? That studied uninformedness comes in, because he's like, well, you don't want to be subject to Rudy Giuliani's timeline, but if you follow the timeline, that laptop came to Rudy Giuliani's attention in August, right? And it became a big deal in September. So it really took about a month to, whatever form of vetting Giuliani did, and then it went to to Bannon, who got it to the New York Post, right? That was the extent to which, and the Post took a little bit more time, right, to do their own, vetting or whatever, counts as vetting for them. And then it came out like the timeline does not seem to be forced at all, is what I'm trying to say. But Sam doesn't know this because he hasn't read by the way, this timeline comes from a lawsuit that Hunter Biden submitted against the owner of the repair shop, right? So I'm not telling you like Bannon's timeline. I'm telling you Hunter Biden's timeline. Right.
Sam also then said,
dug in, right?
Sam also then said it didn't matter to him what you found on the laptop. Okay, in his estimation, that he could learn nothing about Biden that would make him think that Trump was okay for president, which means that he didn't even care what other people might decide had they had an opportunity to evaluate. He didn't say, hey, look, I do care, but doing this the last minute is too, there's not enough time to actually do a validation on it. So you're just going to be running on emotion, whatever your emotions are at the time. That's not really a good way to do this. That wasn't his opinion. That wasn't his stated opinion. It was that it didn't matter to him what was on the laptop. The fact that it was coming out was bullshit because it would have possibly given Trump the ability to win.
Well, he also says, I think his opinion, as stated, was that latter thing, that there wasn't enough time and whatever. But he muddies it a lot because he then says like, well, you couldn't force the New York Times to cover it, as if anybody gives a shit about what the New York Times covers, right? The point is Twitter. And he has changed his opinion on that over time without actually acknowledging that's another topic. But I don't know. I maybe one day I'll have the opportunity to ask him this question directly, though I doubt it. Which is, if you don't believe in free will, and I'm not saying this like in a jokey kind of way that people attack Sam. I'm saying, like, if you believe that people's actions are a direct consequence of the inputs that they receive, then what is the difference of denying somebody information and giving them information but altering their actions? Like changing their votes, right? There is no difference. There can't be any difference. It's literally the same thing. So his whole argument by his own frame of reference doesn't make sense. But that's a whole other story. The point is, he loves saying that that clip is misleading, engineered, a psychopath, whatever. Never actually says what exactly about it is misleading. And when he does get into it, he admits that he could have chosen a different word. So, for example, when he says it was warranted, he made a whole podcast to say that what he meant to say was it was
50-50. It was 50-50.
It was justified, not warranted. And I don't understand what the difference is.
Well, he also then argued that it was a 50-50. He said it was like an edge case. Oh, it was just 50-50 whether it was justified or not.
It was a hard call. It was a hard call whether
hard call was one of his expressions for it.
Oh, and of course the one you will love is he brings up well, we know what happened with Hillary's laptop last time around. We don't want that happening again. But of course that was a real laptop.
It was Anthony Weiner's laptop, and that comes in the Pizzagate story.
Yep. I'm getting there. I'm just I'm taunting you. All right. Shall we do our favorite El Presidente for the last day?
Yes, because he gave a farewell address where he attempted to be Eisenhower and warn us about the vast industrial technological complex.
President Eisenhower spoke of the dangers of the military-industrial complex. He warned us then about, and I quote, the potential for the disastrous rise of misplaced power, end of quote. 6 decades later, I'm equally concerned about the potential rise of a tech-industrial complex that could pose real dangers for our country as well. Americans are being buried under an avalanche of misinformation and disinformation, enabling the abuse of power. The free press is crumbling. Editors are disappearing. Social media is giving up on fact-checking. The truth is smothered by lies toll for power and for profit. We must hold the social platforms accountable to protect our children, our families, and our very democracy from the abuse of power. Meanwhile, artificial intelligence is the most consequential technology of our time, perhaps of all time. Nothing offers more profound possibilities and risks for our economy and our security, our society, for humanity. Artificial intelligence even has the potential to help us answer my call to end cancer as we know it. But unless safeguards are in place, AI could spawn new threats to our rights, our way of life, to our privacy, how we work, and how we protect our nation. We must make sure AI is safe and trustworthy.
So he, is ending his presidency talking and complaining about the rampant disinformation, and it's very interesting. So the regular news media is crumbling in an environment where they are able to say anything they want. It's not that they are being suppressed. It's not that they're being hunted and prevented from saying things that are true.
And they're not exactly reporting on the cartels.
They are losing, I guess, in some sort of competition where apparently in this framework, fake information is more widely adopted than real information, simply for the fact that it is fake, and that has the ability to destroy our democracy, which I guess always had some sort of top-down observation deck where they would fact check all of the things that the citizens were saying to each other on a day-to-day basis.
It's called fact checking, and therefore social media is giving up on fact checking. They don't care about checking facts, I guess, because it's fact checking that they're giving up on. Now,
he's saying this at a wonderful time. Before I move on to that, I do want to say he is talking about people lying for power and profit, and the number of times that this asshole has lied for power and profit are so innumerate to count. He, at the Trump debate back in 2020, he said that the Hunter Biden laptop story was just Russian disinformation. It was a Russian, fake during the debate. And then he said he wasn't going to, pardon Hunter before the election, and right after the election, hey, he gives him a pardon that goes back to 2017.
2014. The
2014, sorry.
Ukrainian coup, coincidentally. It's the only there's different ways to approach this. I do want to highlight something else though, right? He says Eisenhower warned us about the military-industrial complex. By the way, I have something to warn you about, but please do tell us, how is that fight?
How did we handle that one?
Industrial complex going? Wait a minute, you can't add stuff to the to-do list if you haven't done the military-industrial complex. Did you handle that? What happened there?
Did we solve that?
The most war hawkish president ever. He's given them hundreds of billions of dollars, and he's like, remember how that guy was saying stuff? Well, I disagree with him on the substance, but he had a good turn of phrase that I would like to use.
Yeah. Yes, that's a very good point.
This is going to be really bad because Elon. Oh my God, it's so awful.
So he says that as in the same week that Facebook announced that they are no longer going to be having their on staff fact checkers, and that they are going to have a community note system, and they're going to be far less restrictive about what content users post. And the day before, I believe, that Biden gave his farewell address, or it was the morning of, Axios, scoop, Google won't add fact checks despite new EU law. Google has told the EU it will not add fact checks to search results and YouTube videos, or use them in ranking or removing content, despite the requirements of a new EU law, according to a copy of a letter obtained by Axios. The big picture: Google has never included fact-checking as part of its content moderation practices. The company had signaled privately to EU lawmakers that it didn't plan to change its practices, but it's reaffirming its stance ahead of a voluntary code becoming law in the near future. Zoom in. In a letter written to Renate Nicolay, the Deputy Director General under the Content and Technology arm at the European Commission, Google's Global Affairs President Kent Walker said the fact-checking integration required by the Commission's new disinformation code of practice simply isn't appropriate or effective for our services, said Google won't commit to it. Now, this is in some ways not a change of policy, but in another ways a huge signal, because EU is, let's say, the weak chain in the or the weak link in the chain, where they have the ability to put pressure on systems that can affect us here in the United States or in Canada, if Canada still has some non-EU like laws with respect to free speech. It can actually affect us and how those systems operate, because things that we post either may not be available to be viewed in the EU or vice versa, that there can be asymmetric content restrictions going in either direction. The EU can then also make it cost prohibitive to maintain two separate rules for two different continents. Therefore, having only the EU rules be universal among those platforms.
Yeah, they also, it does a lot of things, right? For example, the plausible deniability goes away, right? Because if you are fact-checking stuff in Europe, and let's say this comes up in a lawsuit in the US, you can't say like, well, we don't have the technology, we're not tracking this stuff or whatever. You are, right? You're just choosing not to do this here, and that is a type of liability already. There's all sorts of things, yeah. But I think what's interesting here, what's actually happening, in fact, is that the EU never had that initiative of its own volition, right? This was something that was coordinated with the US, and I believe this is me speculating wildly, by the way, but I'm right. I mean, actually, that's not true. Zuckerberg kind of copped to it in his Rogan podcast, but basically, what's happening is that the EU is being used as the tip of the spear to push these regulations, not just with the knowledge of the United States, but with the encouragement behind the scenes of the United States, because
yes,
the United States cannot do this themselves. So Google, basically, now knowing that the US is no longer going to be supporting this stuff, basically told the EU to go fuck itself, because what are they going to do about it? But of course, this is being presented very differently.
Well, there's another sort of back end sneaking in. Now, we are not going to be facing the next 4 years with a Biden administration, but had we had a Biden-like administration, the kind that actually just, like I said at the beginning, hard forked the Constitution by telling us we have a brand new amendment that the archivist says no, we don't, and the Supreme Court will likely say no, we don't too. In that environment where they were already doing all of these quasi legal or quasi constitutional workarounds to try to compel tech companies to suppress speech, one thing that could always come to damage is that treaties signed with other countries become law of the land. And so if we wind up having a treaty that starts to talk about us making sure that we uphold EU policies to prevent EU laws from being violated here in the United States, various versions of that could be in place and enforced for a long time before certain things get to the Supreme Court, because you need to have standing in order to get to the Supreme Court. So you could wind up having those in place for a very long time before getting them resolved. Those are the types of things that are real threats to sort of the standards that we try to uphold.
I mean, you can see it very easily, right? Like, let's say an EU court decides that the fact that you make this something available at all, is not really a defense, because that people can use VPNs, right?
Right.
So then they basically claim a type of universal jurisdiction and start nabbing people that travel outside the United States, or even like some kind of extradition treaty with the US, depending on the administration. And before you know it, there you go. I mean, Spain, got Pinochet based on their judges having universal jurisdiction. They literally tried Pinochet for things he did in Chile.
Yeah.
So, it's not. I'm not saying. I'm not, making up some sort of crazy legal theory here. This happens. So there's all sorts of, laws are just words, right? Ultimately, and people with guns. So to the degree that, these things are out there, and the United States government is not willing to, twist some, do some arm twisting, to get its allies to shut the fuck up and play along. It was a matter of time before something like this happened. Like you have another Durov situation where somebody flies to Paris for whatever reason, and then they get brought in with charges like pedophilia, basically being accused for everything that happened on their website by anybody.
Right.
At the end of the day, it all comes down to, does your, are you part of, do you have a big protector, and is your protector willing to protect you? On the international level, it basically is a mafia game.
Well, TikTok went dark today, and if you go to TikTok, they are
it's back. By the way,
oh, is it back?
So
when did it come back?
I'm not sure, but I
can you just check? TikToky.com.
It's there.
Oh, okay. So earlier today, they were saying that they were down because Biden had signed into law what was passed by Congress that they needed to divest or shut down, and they didn't divest, and so there was the pending closure because they were going to be shut down by force. However, the AP title: Biden won't enforce TikTok ban, official says, leaving fate of app to Trump. President Joe Biden won't enforce a ban on the social media app TikTok that was set to take effect the day before he leaves office on Monday, a U.S. official said Thursday, leaving its fate in the hands of President-elect Donald Trump. Now, Biden signed this into law, right? So he's, for the last day of his office, he says, I'm not going to enforce it. Congress last year, in a law signed by Biden, required that TikTok's China-based parent company ByteDance divest the company by January 19th, a day before the presidential inauguration. The official said the outgoing administration was leaving the implementation of the law and the potential enforcement of the ban to Trump. The official spoke on condition of anonymity in order to discuss internal Biden administration thinking. Trump, who once called to ban the app, has since pledged to keep it available in the United States, though his transition team has not said how they intend to accomplish that. So now we have...
anything. What are you talking about?
So...
How are they going to accomplish this feat of not enforcing the law?
So these two glorious, weird legal fuck yous that Biden has left on his way out are a fictitious amendment to the Constitution and a TikTok ban that he is just not enforcing and leaving it up to Trump to figure out.
I will tell you, there is one actual fuck you that he did that is big. So
what did I miss?
He passed this extrememly wide ban on new sort of drilling, offshore drilling.
Okay, yes.
And you might think, right, that, well, whatever, right? President does and president can undo. But no. So here's a crazy story about how when they wanted to sort of streamline stuff across states, they passed a law that the president has a bunch of rights about, which areas to of the sort of the offshore sort of drilling lands to sort of make available for drilling and yada yada. And that law has a small phrase in there that says the president can choose to set aside certain things for from time to time or whatever. And this is an authority that had been used in a very limited fashion, twice before Obama, and then Obama set a permanent ban on drilling in one area, which Trump tried to overturn, but it didn't make it all the way to the Supreme Court. But he lost that case because the law says that the president can set aside, but the law does not say that the president can then bring back. And since Obama's original sort of what is it executive order was to set something aside with no end date, then as far as the law is concerned, that was the interpretation that actually won. That's final.
Gotcha.
And Biden now went and outlawed offshore drilling and basically, everything except the Mexican American Gulf, whatever we're calling it now. So basically, all the eastern and western seaboard have been taken out of commission, and now Trump has to sort it out with the courts because of a stupid law that said that the president can set something aside but not bring it back.
Well, credit where credit's due. At least Biden is, or at least his administration is being very clever with how they try to fuck Trump over.
Yeah, I'm sure that they would love it if Trump did something similar, and I'm sure he's going to have his own people looking for the same kind of stuff. But it just blows my mind that the same people who are worried that like Trump might go against all the norms are doing shit like this, which is just fucking deranged. And of course they do it at the last minute, right? This was not something. Yeah. Right. They do it like even the TikTok ban, right? Like who passes a law that comes into effect on 19th of January?
It's right. So funny.
And by the way, let's talk about the TikTok ban a little bit because it is quite bad in that anybody who has what does it actually ban, right? It's not, the law does not ban TikTok. It bans companies that reach a certain amount of like social media, adoption or whatever, on the subject that they are owned by foreign adversary countries or whatever. There's some definition.
It was tortuously written to attempt to narrow it down to TikTok in its implementation.
Well, right. Here's the thing. It says that you can't own, something like TikTok if you are somebody who is determined to be under the control of a foreign power, and that determination is made by the president, right? So if the president tomorrow decides that Elon Musk has interests in China and therefore is under the control of China, that, as far as I know, it's another case of those where, the law says the president gets to make that decision. So it could be anybody. Just FYI, what they actually passed, and we're like,
I'll have to revisit that. I'll have to revisit that one because obviously the way you just described it, the endless abuses of that. And, not that banning TikTok was necessarily a good law from my perspective in the first place, but if you were going to do it and you were going to target TikTok as a specific issue and ban it specifically through this mechanism of divestment, and then having them not follow through the divestment.
I will say there's one way in which I would be okay with TikTok being banned, and that is invoking some sort of reciprocity with China. That China does not allow U.S. social networks, and therefore the U.S. has no obligation to do the same. Right? That's one thing, but that's not what they did.
Right. Right. Well, the good news is that that TikTok was being banned purportedly because it was it was CCP operated and Chinese communist propaganda. So the users then all started to go to Red Note, which is all in Chinese and is literally Chinese propaganda. So job well done, everybody.
Yeah, no, it's another these the U.S. government has a way of like having this unbroken string of victories that it makes you wonder if the actual intent is not what they claim. You know what I mean? Like the Ukraine war is like, did they really intend for Ukraine to literally beat Russia, or was this just an effort to bleed them out? Right.
Are
we like? Was Zelensky gonna be having some Victory Day parade in Moscow? Was that the what were we visualizing? Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, we got into it simply because they were quote invaded, and so there's an open-ended question as to what a victory looks like. There was no victory declaration.
They said 2014 borders, right? Which means that Ukraine would have had to push Russia back, even out of Crimea, which was a constitutionally recognized part of Russia, and that triggers Russia's nuclear doctrine. But chill, whatever.
There's having something that is unobtainable as a fake condition for stopping, right?
Yeah.
And then there's having a real condition for stop.
Right.
Now, to round out Biden here, and both on the tech side and on the legal side, there was a little bit of fallout from Zuckerberg's statements about fact checking, and there's just a humorous this tickled me. I just want to throw it in here, and it was Meta lawyer Lemley quits AI case citing Zuckerberg dissent. California attorney Mark Lemley dropped Meta Platforms Inc. as a client in a high-profile copyright case because CEO Mark Zuckerberg's descent into toxic masculinity and neo-Nazi madness. The Stanford University professor said on LinkedIn. Lemley said on a Monday post that he still believes Meta to be on the right side in the generative AI copyright dispute, but that he cannot in good conscience serve as the lawyer any longer. Zuckerberg has generated controversy in the recent days by ending diversity initiatives at the social media giant and ending fact-checking on Facebook posts while expounding the benefits of masculine energy. Because if it's one thing that Zuckerberg represents, physically, it is masculine energy. When I look at him, I see masculine energy.
Well, it's not what he looks like; it's what he said. You see, that was the problem.
And then the last little bit of Biden farewell stuff is Merrick Garland rebukes unfounded attacks on Justice Department officials in farewell speech. Now, I was looking forward to this because Biden, when he gave a pardon to Hunter just a few weeks ago, he said that his DOJ was engaged in a politically motivated, prosecution, and that, but for the fact that his name was, Biden, Hunter would not have been prosecuted. And so I was looking forward to Merrick Garland making a statement, as like he has in the past, saying that this is a terrible attack on democracy to criticize the DOJ in that way. In a farewell speech to Justice Department staffers, outgoing Attorney General Merrick Garland on Thursday appeared to rebuke attacks from President-elect Donald Trump and his allies who have wrongly criticized the department as politically motivated. Ah, rats. I still didn't get my rebuke of Biden.
No, it's somebody. Somebody did that.
The story that has been told by some outside of this building about what has happened inside of it is wrong. You have worked to pursue justice, not politics. That's the truth, and nothing can change it, Garland said. So that's... I still didn't get him. Was that?
To my dismay, you have worked to pursue justice and not politics.
I didn't get what I wanted, because I wanted him to do exactly what he has done in the past, which is rebuke, as they use the term, rebuke those who say that it's based on politics. And Joey said that in his pardon letter, but he didn't get rebuked.
Yeah, I wonder why.
So
It's strange.
That wraps up everything prior to my very long Pizzagate story. So I would like, if anyone wishes to comment, discuss, I'm giving the floor here. Anything we want to talk about, or even something that we should have been talking about that we missed this week, please come on up. I would love to hear maybe some fond farewells to Joey, what you hope might be coming in the next coming weeks with Trump. Maybe some of the confirmation hearings, anything you want to say about those. I'm going to give you some time. Because say
somebody from last week needs to claim some victory. I don't remember the name of the user that brought this up, but we did have a massive battery fire in California.
Ah, yes.
So if you're around, kudos, you called it.
Yes. So, it does not seem like anyone wishes to comment on anything we've talked about.
I think we need to give people more...
we got one. Mike, let's go. Just to prove it now, we got a Mike coming up to speak. Hello, Mike.
Yes. Yeah, two quick things. You notice Sam said important relationships in that diatribe. It kind of echoes what he said. He said that before about there's certain people that are more important than others, and it goes to his elitism.
So
Can you refresh? Can you refresh my memory on that?
He said you're destroying important relationships. Like who decides who's an important relationship? Is Sam an important relationship to Musk? I would think like his 18 kids would be more important than Sam. So I don't know. So I found that funny. The important relationships, it echoes back to his elitism, that he really believes that, there's this two-tier thing where, you want to be friends with the important people. I think it was in there. I think it was something like important relationships.
No, he said the circles that matter.
Yeah, but in this latest statement, I think he said.
Yeah. No, I hear you. I hear you.
Said important relationship. Yeah.
Okay, I got it. Yes. No, it's very useful to do this, right? Because it allows you to draw an imaginary boundary between, like, I'm not talking about everybody, and yes, that doesn't, the thing that I'm saying here is not that like you have to take care of every relationship, but the important ones, the ones that matter, the ones that that creates like this wiggle room where he can say the basic thing he wants to say without having to pay the cost of like, applying his words broadly, right? It's like, no. Some subset of that, allows me to make my point, but does not expose me to actually having to substantiate it properly.
Yeah. So, and the other thing I want to say is I want to ask, I'm in Florida, so there's plenty of gators, but where can I get my own attack poodle?
Well, the breeding for those happens in Athens, Greece, I hear. They're very, very hard to deal with race of dogs. You really, I mean, the way to get one really is to be attacked on social media by every asshole while you're trying to do something good. And then, sometimes they show up and try to help.
Yep. And I very much appreciate Brett not caving, even with his own brother. So
I wouldn't even have thought badly of him for doing it. You know what I mean? Like sometimes some things you're like, you know what, thanks, Sal. I mean, I never had a conversation with Brett where I was like, don't do this or whatever. Like had he said, something like that, I would have been like, I get it. Family's family.
Yeah.
Whatever, right.
Right. But he wouldn't because he's Brett. He didn't. So, yeah. Thanks, guys. I love you guys. I listen to you every week, so thanks.
All right.
Thanks for sticking around.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay. If anyone else would like to comment, come on up. We're going to give you just a little bit more time to volunteer. I like hearing other people's thoughts. We do like to keep like the first, and second chunks sort of in control, but I do like the time in the between where others get to tell me what I'm missing or amend what we've discussed. But if there is no one else, we are going to talk about Pizzagate, Sam's favorite, fake conspiracy. We're going to talk at length about its origins, both why it actually is really an interesting story to discuss, one not to discard as a vapid conspiracy. It is not. You're not going to learn that it is all true and that there is some sort of secret sex ring being run underneath of Comet Ping Pong Pizza. But you will learn that the amount of smoke that can be found in the circles that all of those people travel is real, is extensive, and the whole story is fascinating about the origins of the scandal erupting.
So, Gator, I know basically nothing about that story, so
right.
I'm going to play the dumb onlooker and interrupt you to
clarify. Good. Interrupting me would be good, because this is, I've been working on this organization for the last couple days, but I have not game tested it. Okay. So there may be several points where I miss a fact that I should have included in order to tell the story.
I will be a very convincing, dumb onlooker, because I literally have no idea. Well, I mean, I know the basics, right? I know what Sam knows. But I'll tell you this. I've after what happened during the pandemic, which was like, earth shattering for me and my worldview and my life, I've sort of taken a kind of an oath of sorts, never to judge people without actually delving into something, right? So I try not to speak badly of a group unless I can like represent their point of view, reasonably. Like I'll shit on the rationalists because I used to be one of them. I know what they mean when they say stuff. I know where they're coming from. I understand their point of view, so I can shit on them. I'll shit on Sam Harris because I've been, a listener for a long time. But I have literally no, I know about as much as Sam Harris knows. The reason I don't, that's not a thing, a big topic for me, other than the fact that I'm not a totalitarian asshole, is that I've never really dug in, and so I'm well aware that I know very little.
Two reasons why I'm bringing up Pizzagate this week. One of them is because Sam Harris ranted about it with Bill Maher. But a second is that at the height of the Pizzagate story back in 2016, a man was arrested for bringing a rifle to the location called Comet Ping Pong Pizza in Washington, D.C., which was a major centerpiece to the Pizzagate story. And that gentleman was actually just killed in a police standoff just this week. And so I want to sort of bring the whole story, to light in not a sensationalist way. There will be plenty of sensationalist information inside, but it is not a Alex Jones type rant. It is just an actual accounting and history of the players involved, and in some ways, the central thrust of this story is that from the 90s until the first Trump administration, basically all of U.S. politics was a back and forth between Matt Drudge from the Drudge Report, Andrew Breitbart, and the Clinton apparatus. There are so many stories that involve the Clinton apparatus and Matt Drudge and Andrew Breitbart that you could describe majority of the politics as revolving around those two people playing tit for tat. And when you see at the end how this all weaves together to get to Pizzagate, I'm not saying that you will necessarily view the world through those lenses, but you will definitely start to see some of the players and some of the stories that you did know about in a different light. So I'm going to start with the news story of the original Pizzagate shooter.
One of the big surprises of the presidential campaign was the explosion of fake news on the internet, fantastic tales that some believed to be true. Well, Chip Reed reports that one phony item led to a dangerous situation in Washington.
28-year-old Edgar Welch was arrested in Washington Sunday afternoon outside Comet Ping Pong, a popular family pizza parlor. D.C. police say Welch fired at least one round into the restaurant floor with an AR-15 rifle like this one on his Facebook page. No one was injured. Police say Welch drove all the way from North Carolina to self-investigate Pizzagate, a fictitious online conspiracy theory. Pizzagate started on the internet shortly before Election Day, when right-wing sites that make up fake news spread rumors that Hillary Clinton was involved in a child sex trafficking ring in D.C. Court documents say Welch read online that the Comet restaurant was harboring child sex slaves, and he was armed to help rescue them. He surrendered peacefully when he found no evidence that underage children were being harbored in the restaurant. Pizzagate has been pushed by Michael G. Flynn, son of retired Lieutenant General Michael T. Flynn, chosen by President-elect Trump to be his national security advisor. The two were seen together at Trump Tower last month. After Welch's arrest Sunday, the younger Flynn tweeted, "Until Pizzagate proven to be false, it'll remain a story." General Flynn himself has also spread stories claiming to link Mrs. Clinton to criminal activity. 6 days before the election, Flynn tweeted, "You decide. NYPD blows whistle on new Hillary emails, money laundering, sex crimes with children, etc. Must read." The story he referred to was fake.
I respect your idea to protest and stay all day.
This is not the first time Pizzagate believers have confronted Comet Ping Pong owner James Alefantis. He says he's been getting threats for weeks.
These stories are completely and entirely false. What happened today demonstrates that promoting false and reckless conspiracy theories do come with consequences.
This was a terrifying experience for my children.
Sharif Simley was at Comet Ping Pong with his wife and 3 children when Welch walked in.
This is nothing but, terrorism, and it should be condemned as such.
So that's how the world mostly came to understand the story, was this shooter. They are their first introduction to what was going on. And from there, as you can see by the premise, that was a 60 minutes piece. As you can see by the premise, immediately they say it is a baseless conspiracy. They give you the all the knowledge that Sam Harris might need to know in order to determine what was happening in the actual story. Now, the person who went to Comet Ping Pong Pizza with a gun is obviously 100% out of bounds, that should not be tolerated in any sane society. And the things that he believed were going on were unfounded. Okay, so I want to start off at the gate that you're not going to learn this shooter had anything really right. But there is still a significant story to tell, and yes, it does also involve the main topics, which are child trafficking and sex trafficking. So, to start the story, we do have to go back in time to the first Clinton administration. And players involved will reappear throughout the story all the way up until the end. So, the beginning of this story really sort of goes back to the presidential campaign of Bill Clinton and a woman named Paula Jones, who, in the middle of his first term, went on to sue Bill Clinton for sexual harassment. So on May 6, 1994, I'm reading off this now that I wrote, Jones filed a sexual harassment lawsuit against Clinton. In a sworn declaration, Jones stated that on May 8th, 1991, while working as a state employee, she was asked to go to Governor Clinton's hotel room, where he allegedly exposed himself and propositioned her. Now, this claim winds up repeating all throughout Bill Clinton's political history. And he had a campaign associate, someone who had been in politics with him for a long time, named Betsy Wright, who was tasked to try to take care of these situations that would crop up from time to time. And Betsy Wright worked in tandem with Hillary Clinton on what they called bimbo eruptions. So he had a long history of these women who would come out and say that either they had an affair with him or he had propositioned them in a private environment, and it was, overt, involving him pushing them against walls, rubbing up against them, forcing their hand onto his genitals, other things like that. So this is the regular sort of situation that this Betsy Wright and Hillary were tasked with trying to put out, these fires that they were tasked with putting out. And they had developed a certain level of strategies in order to dispel these bimbo eruptions. Now, this term bimbo eruption is actually from the woman Betsy Wright, that she coined in an interview when describing, the recurring theme of women coming up and accusing Bill. And the strategy that she and Hillary had taken on routinely went to, if a woman came up, you sent private investigators through to investigate them. You found any dirt that you could on them, and then you weaponized it. You would then question their credibility, find something torrid in their history that makes them makes them unseemly. They would also then, coordinate with their people in the press to make sure that they could control the narrative. They would leak the information their PIs found to reporters to try to flood the press zone. Of course, as an asymmetric battle, an individual low-level staffer or someone who is coming forward doesn't have the ability to control the press like a campaign organization does. Now, during the Paula Jones lawsuit, inside of her lawsuit, she alleged that there were two additional people, Kathleen Willey and Monica Lewinsky, who had also experienced similar behavior. As this case went on, at first it was dismissed for lack of her being unable to claim specific harms, but then the dismissal was overturned and it moved forward. Now, during it moving forward, a man named John Podesta, who had been working with the Clintons for a long time, got tasked with trying to manage the Monica Lewinsky situation. As officially in writing, he has always maintained that Bill Clinton personally denied a relationship with Monica Lewinsky, and Podesta was tasked with taking on the Lewinsky section of this bimbo eruption, similar to what Betsy Wright and Hillary Clinton were doing with the others. Over time, the case moved forward, and Lewinsky submitted a deposition in which, or an affidavit, where she said that she did not have a sexual relationship with Bill Clinton. However, a few days afterwards, Matt Drudge, owner of the Drudge Report, posts that Newsweek had been tipped off about President Clinton's affair with White House intern named Monica Lewinsky, but had yet to run a story about it. On the same day, Clinton denies the affair in a deposition in the Jones suit. The deposition that earns him the dubious distinction of being the first sitting U.S. president to give testimony in a civil case, in which he is the defendant. So both Monica Lewinsky and Bill Clinton deny having a sexual relationship in this lawsuit. This eventually becomes a question to Kenneth Starr, which is a special counsel that is investigating Clinton for another controversy. And it becomes a question of whether he is lying under oath. Okay, because he's signing a deposition. He is saying that these under oath. He's saying these are all true statements, and now Monica Lewinsky and him are denying it. Now Matt Drudge then posts on the 17th that Newsweek was tipped off, and that they actually dropped a story that this affair had occurred. A few days later, Drudge publishes allegations that Lewinsky had kept a garment with Clinton's dried semen. Mainstream news outlets pick up this report over the course of the week. FBI tests, however, find no DNA evidence on Lewinsky's clothes. Then on January 26th, the next day, a couple days later, Clinton goes on TV and denies the relationship.
I have to go back to work on my State of the Union speech, and I worked on it till pretty late last night. But I want to say one thing to the American people. I want you to listen to me. I'm going to say this again. I did not have sexual relations with that woman, Miss Lewinsky. I never told anybody to lie, not a single time, never. These allegations are false, and I need to go back to work for the American people.
Now, he denies it emphatically on national television. And the next day, on the Today Show, First Lady Hillary Clinton dismissed the allegations as a vast right-wing conspiracy that has been conspiring against my husband since the day he announced his run for president. That same day, Andy Blyer, who had a 5-year affair with Lewinsky, goes public with the claim that she had told him that she had oral sex with the president and joked to his wife that she would invest in presidential knee pads. Now, the Ken Starr, the special prosecutor investigating this, what was called Whitewater at the time, now tacking on this potential lying under oath perjury charge, had in the background at the time received tapes from a friend of Monica Lewinsky's named Linda Tripp, where the affair was discussed in full detail. So they get wind, the Clinton administration gets wind that Monica is going to flip. Monica is going to work with the special prosecutor and get herself immunity in order to sort of spill the beans on their sexual relationship. So John Podesta starts to execute his role as trying to put out this fire, and begins coordinating with his media friends and other political pawns to go on a campaign. They portray Monica Lewinsky as a stalker who had an obsession with the president. A White House aide named Sidney Blumenthal told reporters she was a stalker and that the president was her victim. James Carville said that if you drag a $100 bill through a trailer park, you never know what you'll find. the White House had some investigators go through her history and leak details of it to the press to try to discredit her. James Carville also said on television that she's just another bimbo who's trying to get attention. So this was, and John Podesta himself called her a narcissistic lunatic. So this was the campaign that they had to try to discredit her in the wake of them getting word that she was going to flip. So eventually she flips, and the president is forced to explain why his testimony doesn't match reality.
That they didn't do a good enough job. I did my best, sir, at this time. I did not know what I now know about this. A lot of other things were going on in my life. Did I want this to come out? No. Was I embarrassed about it? Yes. Did I ask her to lie about it? No. Did I believe there could be a truthful affidavit? Absolutely. Now, that's all I know to say about this. I will continue to answer your questions as best I can. What I meant was, and what they can infer that I meant was, that I did things that were, when I was alone with her, that were inappropriate and wrong, but that they did not include any activity that was within the definition of sexual relations that I was given by Judge Wright in the deposition. I said that I did not do those things that were within that definition, and I testified truthfully to that. And that's all I can say about it. Now, if there's any doubt on the part of the grand jurors about whether I believe some kind of activity falls within that definition or outside that definition, I'd be happy to try to answer that.
Well, I have a question regarding your definition then. And my question is oral sex performed on you within that definition as you understood it?
As I understood it, it was not, no.
Restate the question. The question is, if you told John Podesta 2 days after the story broke, something to this effect, that you didn't have any kind of sex in any way, shape, or form, including oral sex with Ms. Lewinsky, were you telling him the truth?
And let me say again, with respect, this is an indirect way to try to get me to testify to questions that have no bearing on whether I commit.
So in his testimony, Clinton is basically, trying to wiggle his way around lying under oath. He's trying to find ways to say that him receiving oral sex doesn't count, anything that is now on record as him having done, or things that he will admit to have done with potential evidence to discredit him, that they don't fall under the line. And he was just, oh gee golly gosh, trying to answer truthfully based off of the definitions that he was given. So this whole point here is to establish particularly a player named John Podesta and Hillary Clinton, of course, being involved, but John Podesta and the Clinton apparatus and their regular strategy, which we will see over time evolve as: first, you deny completely. You force the adversary to prove that which is hard to prove from their end. Okay, that this is going on. So Paula Jones says, hey, look, Monica Lewinsky is also engaged in this sort of thing. We need her to, corroborate this. Of course, it's very difficult to prove those things if Monica Lewinsky's friend Linda Tripp hadn't recorded phone calls, betrayed her friend Monica and recorded these phone calls, perhaps we never would know. So you force your adversary to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you've done any of these things, prove conclusively. And they don't have the resources, of course, to do this. And in the meantime, you are engaged in a counteroffensive to smear them. You are trying to do anything you can to saturate the press to smear them. That is the key. That is one of the key points. Now, after the Clinton administration, John Podesta moves on and becomes a central figure in American politics. He forms several groups. He forms the Center for American Progress, and he forms a media outlet called Think Progress.
CFAP.
I'm sorry?
Sorry, I'm gonna step in here with my first interjection to say it's very important. Please tell me they called it CFAP.
I don't think they did.
No,
I don't think they did, because I don't think FAP was a term at the time. I think the onomatopoeia wasn't invented yet.
Okay, well, in that case, I will step back to shadows after having
But
made my.
I approve of the question. It should have. It is now retroactively CPAP.
You know I'm paying attention.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. So that's one of the key takeaways there is that John Podesta has participated and in this sort of play where something that totally happened is denied by his side and they smear the counter position. So he goes on and he creates the Center for America, founds the Center for American Progress, and then also another a sort of, call it a magazine / think tank called Think Progress. And those two organizations, of course, had a myriad of connections in Washington, D.C., and another counterpart named David Brock, who in some ways was responsible for Paula Jones coming forward and accusing Bill Clinton of her sexual harassment. He originally was working with right-wing groups, but started to turn and become one of Hillary Clinton's favorite people in the world. He started a group called Media Matters. And Media Matters operation is to monitor anything they designate as a right-wing outlet, curate sensationalist pieces and narrative, and feed it to news networks. If you read news articles, oftentimes you will say, reporting done by Media Matters, reporting done by Media Matters. Oftentimes they will have friendly news journalists in positions at established places where they can simply curate and feed them the narrative through Media Matters. David Brock is one of the Clintons' favorite people. So now we have two sort of important players to discuss when it comes to strategies and media narrative control.
Media Matters is one of the organizations that Elon has sued now for leading the advertiser boycott against X.
Yes. This story touches so much, and that's why I'm saying it's like it's describes 30 years of American politics to a T. You'll see the world differently once you get to know these people like this. So that's the general strategy: curate, feed to the press, and participate in narrative control that way. So the years go on, and John Podesta is starting these groups, and in the meantime, we had Matt Drudge from the Drudge Report become a player in 1998 and gaining his claim to fame by leaking that or posting, printing, whatever you want to call it, that Monica Lewinsky actually was involved with Bill Clinton and that Newsweek had dropped the story. And he also continued to drop bombshells after that. Matt Drudge started his Drudge Report as a simple email newsletter, and then went on to establish a web page back in the old Wild West days of the internet that he maintained by hand all the way up until at least 2016. So when I say maintained by hand, a lot of websites started to use content moderation platforms like WordPress or other things where you get like a user interface that allows you to draw things, graphically on the page, or at least have a system set up with a template where you can post the news article and the whole web page is already formatted. What he would do is he would curate his own news, and he also had contacts in like Hollywood and other things that would feed him stories. And he would manually update the Drudge Report webpage by manually linking to these stories all over the internet. When he first broke that Monica Lewinsky story, he became, over time, one of the most major players in U.S. politics. Before Twitter became one of the go-to places for news consumption, people would refresh the Drudge Report pretty much all day. And everything I'm saying here pretty much applies up until about 2015, 2016. That whatever was on the Drudge Report that day typically wound up being something important that was covered on the news throughout the day. Radio hosts would follow the Drudge Report pretty much all day, talk about whatever was on Drudge, and mainstream news eventually would pick up stories because if they had lost a battle over time of trying to discredit Matt Drudge for the stories that he was posting. Now, in the history of Matt Drudge and the Drudge Report, back in those early days, he employed a man named Andrew Breitbart. And Andrew Breitbart had a lot of tasks physically performing the updates on the site. And Andrew Breitbart started to build his own social network, not in the X or Facebook sense, but in the real world sense, where he had made contacts and made alliances with people. And the power that the Drudge Report had was not specifically relegated to a website. There was more of an ethos. And that ethos is sort of the same ethos that Elon Musk is taking on now, where he's saying we are the media. He's trying to reach the same spirit that was actually kind of playing along in the early Drudge Report days, and as you will see in the early Andrew Breitbart days.
So did Drudge have a sort of partisan affiliation? Was he tagged with it, or was he just I'm spilling the beans?
He originally was tagged as a right-wing gossip rag.
Okay,
that's what he was originally tagged with. Over time, he was widespread enough on things he was reporting on that it didn't stick and he didn't get tarnished with it. But originally, yes, he was a right-wing rag. So I'm going to read a little article here that summarizes some of the story that I'm telling you now about the Drudge Report. This came from the LA Times. It was published back in 2007. And I'm going to read you some excerpts up here because they're sort of important. So sometimes Drudge was indeed wrong, like the time he falsely accused Clinton administration official Sidney Blumenthal of spousal abuse. But usually he was right. Most memorably when he disclosed in 1998 that Newsweek magazine had spiked a story on Bill Clinton's White House trysts. It was the first public revelation of the president's relationship with intern Monica Lewinsky, and it came from a 32-year-old guy operating out of a $600 a month apartment in Hollywood. Although Drudge was prominently denounced as a right-wing lackey with no journalistic standards standing, his pursuit of the scandal forced the traditional media to jump on the story too. With a few flicks of his fingers, Drudge had demonstrated the power that the web can bestow upon a lone voice determined to be heard. Since then, the internet has emerged as the medium of choice for hardcore news consumers who increasingly rely on bloggers and aggregators like Drudge to supply links that guide them through the thicket. By getting into the game early and becoming arguably the most recognizable personality online, Drudge was positioned perfectly to capitalize on the behavior of today's audiences. Obviously, for some journalists, there is a lot of irony that Matt Drudge was the black hat villain, and now a lot of those same journalists realize that getting a link on his website is crucial to their stories getting wider attention. That's one piece of that article that I wanted to excerpt, and the second part is, perhaps no one understands the Drudge Report's sway over this dedicated fan base better than Andrew Breitbart. An author and son-in-law of actor Orson Bean, Breitbart has described himself as a raucous, opinionated, red meat-eating libertarian who refuses to be relegated to a conservative ghetto. He's also Drudge's silent partner in picking stories and writing headlines for the site in his home in Los Angeles West Side. It's a one-man operation with a second guy, he says, careful not to upstage the boss. When Breitbart is at the controls of the Drudge Report, which is almost every day, he regularly links to a website that provides up-to-the-minute wire service story, a website he created to cash on Drudge's legions. In its first month of operation in the summer of 2005, Breitbart.com was a runaway success with a reported 2.64 million visits, easily enough to attract quality advertisers. How could it falter when he could personally deliver Drudge's audience? Breitbart says Drudge blessed the profitable arrangement and has zero creative or business interest in the site. Breitbart says he wanted to create the single best place where I could go as an avid newsreader to get headlines the second they hit the internet, so I don't have to go to 40 sites. Beyond that, he says, I'm grateful for the traffic that is sent my way. Breitbart met Drudge in the mid-1990s. Drudge was emailing a gossipy, entertainment-oriented newsletter for free to a growing list of subscribers and posting it in an internet chat room. He worked on a computer that his father insisted on buying for him at the Circuit City on Sunset Boulevard. Dad was concerned that his son, a self-described untrained D student, was meandering through life. So this establishes a key figure that's going to be in this story now, which is Andrew Breitbart. Now, as John Podesta is building his I'll call it an empire, but he's building his mainstays in the political environment, Matt Drudge and Andrew Breitbart were building theirs. And Andrew Breitbart then came across a young James O'Keefe from Project Veritas. James O'Keefe was just a youngin' right in high school, and James came to him with a sting operation that he had gotten an idea to do with a friend of his named Hannah Giles. What they did was they went undercover in a very tacky way, dressed up as caricatures of a pimp and a whore, to community organizing places named Acorn. These are things that are propped up in lower income locations that are supposed to provide community services for the people that live there. And they went in this famous James O'Keefe Project Veritas way of having a hidden camera record their interactions. And what they had done was propositioned these employees of Acorn that they were engaged in sex trafficking, that he was this girl's pimp, and that they needed guidance on how to handle money transactions and how to make sure that the IRS didn't come and get suspicious, or that nobody would come and look at certain things that they were doing. They had come to them asking for advice.
You know his websites: biggovernment.com, bigjournalism.com, bighollywood.com, breitbart.com, and Breitbart TV. He is a legend in his own right. He's done incredible things. Ladies and gentlemen, Andrew Breitbart.
Thank you very much. My pleasure. My pleasure. My pleasure. Thank you very much. The last 6 months have been extraordinary for me because I've begun to put into practice all that I know, and that is the majority country that believes in freedom and liberty are being held back by the most powerful, potent force that we know in the modern age, and that is the media. And what we are starting today isn't just pushing back against government, it's pushing back against the media. We're creating our own media. And there are so many stories that need to be told. There is so much corruption out there. So when James O'Keefe came to my basement, because I'm a multimedia middle-class mogul, and showed me the Acorn tape, I said, that's weird. And then I saw multiple tapes. I said, that's weird. Then they showed me more. And the second that I started launching the videos, every step of the way, Acorn and the left lied. And every step of the way, the mainstream media went to Acorn, went to Bertha Lewis and said, tell us the truth, Bertha. And she said, this is the only tape, this is the only one, and they kicked them out of all of them.
They were thrown out of dozens of offices. People were thrown out in dozens of our offices, dozens of offices. Just because you repeat a lie over and over again doesn't make it true.
Thank you, Bertha. I hate to use an NRA metaphor, but that was ammunition.
And this is a Fox News alert. 2 more Acorn officials have been fired as the shocking undercover investigation has now spread to that organization's Washington offices.
I'm using the money that she's getting. You know what I mean?
Okay, but you don't know where it's coming from.
I personally know where it's coming from.
Right, but when the police ask you, you don't know where it's coming from. Is what we're trying to tell you.
All right.
We're looking out for you.
So what happens here is that Andrew Breitbart, whether he developed it personally or learned it through his life, he developed a process that was initially carried out by him and James O'Keefe with this Acorn situation, where what they do is they bait the adversary. So O'Keefe had many videos collected because he went to many Acorn establishments and repeated this experiment. And what they did was they released one of the videos and allowed Acorn to mount their defense, which is going to be denial. So this is basically a counter to the very thing that John Podesta was building as a strategy to combat the bimbo eruptions. So Acorn came with their first denial, which allowed Breitbart to immediately post the next video that proved that they were lying. So the initial denial was that, oh, these people, they went to a whole bunch of our offices to try to get us, but it was, what you saw in that video was relegated to one of them. So the next video obviously proved that to be false.
After the second video, Bertha Lewis said they were kicked out of Los Angeles, Philadelphia, and New York. Goody. Goody.
Tom Jones is going to come and beat you and want money. You get a 10, and you bury it down in there, and you put him on your right and then cover it and put it, and you tell a single soul but yourself where it is.
The Senate immediately moved to defund Acorn. The census severed all their ties with Acorn. All before the Washington Post, New York Times had written a column inch. I don't know of any time in my lifetime that you see real political ramifications from a story that neither the Post nor the New York Times weighed in on. And that told me this is a new day in media.
You are not going to like this next election cycle, mainstream media. You're either going to have to get with the program or you're going to be the object of the... I believe that everybody should have, in a democracy, that we should have robust debate. But what I want to do is I want to embolden the other side and find the best people to espouse those beliefs, So I'm just trying to equalize, I'm trying to create a more fair playing field.
Now, he's talking to a reporter, Andrew Breitbart is, right in that clip there. And what he's talking about is he also was responsible. So not only did he create Breitbart.com and launch James O'Keefe, but he also was responsible for starting the Huffington Post with Arianna Huffington. So he started what eventually would become a huge online apparatus that was politically counter to perhaps what he was doing at Breitbart. And his explanation is to that reporter is why he would do such a thing, because the Huffington Post wound up becoming one of the larger outlets on the online space, and his goal ultimately was just to remove the power from the established media and start to put it online and allow for more competition.
I'm just checking my email and just because I haven't read any of the sites today to see what we're up to and see who hates me this morning. Well, James O'Keefe is coming here. Hello, James.
Hey.
Take your chapeau off. Welcome to my house. You've been here before.
Once.
Yeah.
We had a reporter there last night.
We have another reporter here. Really? Everywhere I go, I have a reporter. Yeah, I'll introduce you.
Hi. Last time it was Wired. Now what is it? Oh, great. It's not necessarily a good thing to have a New Yorker reporter in the room with you when you're strategizing what you're going to do in your next video campaign. They're not your friends. They hate
a lot of people.
When the media decides it wants to kill somebody, it behaves so in a merciless fashion. And that's what they tried to do to you when they took you out. They initially tried to do it by coming out with a series of reports that said that Acorn was exonerated and saying that you had unfairly edited the videos. And so it was to denigrate you as a journalist.
Investigators found the videos were highly edited.
Edited and doctored tape.
Severely edited.
Heavily edited tape.
Selectively edited.
Doctored tape. Manipulated videos.
Doctored and deceptive. Heavily edited tape.
Now, some of you may have deja vu from the recent cheap fake fiasco. So if you're starting to see some of the patterns and the echoes and how the apparatus works, that is deliberate. This is a very well regimented sort of strategy that gets employed by the apparatus and by that team. So the claim becomes that everything you're doing is taken out of context. That there's nothing fair in it, and that it's all being manipulated.
So what was edited out? Tell us what was heavily edited here. That it's never something that you ever see from these guys. It's just it's a way of stopping thinking. Andrew Breitbart is expected to release all his tapes, whereas ABC News is never expected to release all their tapes. CNN is never expected to release all their tapes. Michael Moore certainly is not expected to release all his tapes.
They've had 7 months to go through those tapes and those transcripts, and they have not been able to find the very thing that they still claim exists, that the tapes were heavily edited and you can't tell what was said or if you put words in their mouth. The full transcripts and the full audio clearly show that these people were caught saying what they were caught saying on your edited tapes. Then the second phase was to come after you as a racist, which we had predicted. That's what. 6 months later, there are no serious investigations into Acorn. There are serious investigations into Hannah, James, and me. I predicted that. I predicted that John Podesta
would be the guy overseeing those investigations.
So John Podesta, wouldn't you know it, was on an advisory board, the primary advisory board of Acorn. So John Podesta, in his forward progression through political apparatus, was now on an advisory board along with Barack Obama, advising Acorn of how to manage this fallout. And also,
was this advisory board created after the fallout, or was this the advisory board that existed already?
I will have to review that. That wasn't a specific thing I thought to look for. I just knew that he was on the advisory board for them.
Okay. I mean, I without knowing otherwise, I would assume that he was already there. But that raises other questions.
So but he's also then operating with the with Think Progress and other outlets that he is maintaining to try to push stories forward. So
who is John Podesta? Now we're getting closer to a nemesis. John Podesta is a longtime friend of Acorn and Saul Alinsky-inspired community organizations. And he's gone out of his way to protect Acorn and similar organizations. He's one of the architects of a lot of institutional left organizations, and he's one of the architects of the narrative that they're putting forth, and he's one of the architects of the attacks against us.
John Podesta, who is my mortal enemy. Are you hearing me, John? This guy runs Think Progress, and he took videos of a plant of a person who infiltrated a Tea Party trying to, claim that he was a Nazi and a racist.
I'm a proud racist. I'm white. I'm proud to be a racist.
And he was escorted out by Tea Party people who saw that this was an obvious plant. They escorted him out.
Sir, why do you have a swastika on your shirt? That doesn't represent Tea Party values. I'd like it if you could please leave.
I'm with the Knights of the Ku Klux Klan. We are a white unit.
Well, you don't represent the Tea Party, sir. We don't appreciate what you're wearing, and it doesn't represent us. So just know that. And media, know that.
Think Progress, which is John Podesta's operation, edited out the part where he was taken out as a means to evilly show that the Tea Party is racist.
They stole my video, took it out of context in order to lie. John Podesta's a liar, flat out.
This is a concerted effort. This is a concerted effort. Politics of personal destruction. Fuck you, John Podesta.
All right, well, you see where I'm coming from.
Okay, yeah.
When I talk, that's because I'm interested in this ongoing, whatever the hell they're doing.
What's in your closet, John Podesta? Big Podesta? Big Soros? Do you want us to play these games? Because we're playing to win.
So, that, I hope, establishes now that we have two sort of people who are adversarial in this story, because John Podesta does not leave this story. And Andrew Breitbart, unfortunately, leaves us in, I believe, 2012 from a heart attack, but left behind a legacy and a little time bomb that will come back eventually. Now, Breitbart becomes sort of a central figure, and as he personally said in that clip, John Podesta is one of his main nemesis, his main adversary, and it is primarily because of John Podesta's influence in the media space and his ability to cover those narratives, paint those narratives, particularly things like racist. The strategy of just painting someone as a racist and trying to disparage them that way was something that he was perfecting over time. Obviously, anyone could come up with that strategy and execute it, but he had now the influence networks and particularly in combination with David Brock, who I mentioned earlier, runs Media Matters, both of them being directly associated and friends of Hillary Clinton, they could all sort of have this ability to pick a target at any point in time and try to push a narrative forward to destroy them. So that is what Andrew Breitbart is primarily responding to when he's talking about who he's going up against. Now, some of you may recall that we just discussed prior to me starting this Pizzagate story that Anthony Weiner was involved in the laptop story that derailed Hillary Clinton's presidential campaign right at the end, which is what Sam Harris was afraid of would happen with the Hunter Biden laptop. Now, we are going to build up to how that occurred because it also plays into part of Pizzagate. But first, we have to talk about Anthony Weiner's first foray into the controversy, which involves Andrew Breitbart. Andrew Breitbart posted on Breitbart.com a photo of Anthony Weiner's Twitter account, where a photograph had been posted by the account of a semi-hard penis inside of boxer shorts. Anthony Weiner had then deleted that tweet, or the account deleted the tweet, and Anthony Weiner posted, I was hacked. Okay, he said, I was hacked. So, in response to him claiming he was hacked, Breitbart posted the photo and explained, said, we need answers if you were hacked. You should probably have the FBI look into that. And Weiner went, and this is going to be echoing throughout, just the same way that they were denying the Lewinsky scandal. Weiner went out and went on his denial.
You say that you were hacked, which is potentially a crime. So why haven't you asked the Capitol Police or any law enforcement to investigate?
Look, this was a prank that I've now been talking about for a couple of days. I'm not going to allow it to decide what I talk about for the next week or the next 2 weeks. And so I'm not going to be giving anything more about that today. I think I've been pretty responsive to you in the past.
But with respect, you're here, which we appreciate, but you're not answering the questions. Can you just say why you haven't asked law enforcement to investigate what you are alleging is a crime?
You know, Dana, if I was giving a speech to 45,000 people and someone in the back of the room threw a pie or yelled out an insult, would I spend the next 2 hours responding to that? No, I would get back.
This is not that.
I would get back.
This is not that situation.
I would get back. Well, why don't you do what? You want to do the briefing?
Do you
want to do the briefing, sir?
From your Twitter account, a lewd photograph was sent to a college student.
Sir.
Answer the question. Was it from you or not?
Permit me. Do you guys want me to finish my answer?
Yes, this answer. Did you send it or not?
If I were giving a speech to 45,000 people and someone in the back threw a pie or yelled out an insult, I would not spend the next 2 hours of my speech responding to that pie or that insult. I would return to the things that I want to talk about, to the audience that I wanted to talk to.
All you have to do is say no.
And that is what I intend to do this week.
Let me try this question. The woman who allegedly got this tweet, or it was directed to, a 21-year-old college student in Seattle, she released a statement to the New York Daily News yesterday saying that you follow her on Twitter. Is that true? Did you follow her on Twitter? And if so, how did you find her? What was the reason?
You know, I have, I think, said this a couple of ways, and I'll say it again. I am not going to permit myself to be distracted by this issue any longer. You are free.
Say no to that question.
You are free. You're very good at.
You're not following her on Twitter.
Why don't you let me do the answers and you do the questions?
His evasiveness has created a sea of speculation online and in the greater media as to what what is up. The New York Post is writing about the women that he follows online. Among the very few people that he follows, he's invited this level of scrutiny because of his curious behavior since Friday evening. Curious behavior, which allowed for him, as he knew that this was going on, his supporters were falsely accusing me of things that were not true. That I was attacking the woman by name. It wasn't true. And falsely accusing me of hacking or photoshopping this photo. Both are not true. He allowed for that to happen for 72 hours. And he thought that behavior, by abiding by his supporters doing that, would buy him time and that the story would not break on Tuesday after the Memorial Day weekend. I think that there should be whatever the proper investigation. If somebody maliciously hacked his account or his BlackBerry and sent a photo of him, I consider this to be a form of blackmail. I would imagine it's a federal crime. Anybody that did this to a sitting congressman wanted to cause maximum damage to him and has put him in a compromising position. But I also think there needs to be a thorough investigation into what's going on in his computers, because he's put Twitter, YFrog, and Facebook's security. He's challenging them in a very public way.
So we're going to pivot real quick to the Young Turks to see what Cenk Uygur was saying at that same time.
Andrew Breitbart, the conservative clown who thinks he's a journalist, what a joke, has done another fraudulent story as usual. He is reporting that Congressman Anthony Weiner sent out a picture from his Twitter account to a 21-year-old college student in Seattle, Washington, and that it had an indecent picture, that it was a man's genitals that could be seen through his trousers, and the implication was that he had a relationship with this woman and they were exchanging naughty pictures. Okay? Now, you're not going to be surprised to find out, of course, that it's totally and utterly untrue. The woman says, what the hell is, what are people talking about? She's just a random student in Washington. All of a sudden, people start blowing up her Twitter, and they're like, oh, what about your boyfriend, Anthony Weiner? And he sent the dirty picture. She didn't even get the picture. It already got erased by the time it got to her. People start looking at where the picture came from, and it didn't come from where Anthony Weiner normally sends his pictures from. So his YFrog account for that picture had a different origination, apparently, than the other pictures. And she says, I don't know Anthony Weiner at all. She's like, I've never been to New York. I've never been to D.C. They find one instance where I think on Facebook she said, oh, that's my boyfriend, Anthony Weiner. She then says, what are you guys talking about? I've said the same thing about Cristiano Ronaldo, the soccer player. I've said the same thing about Ray Allen, the basketball player. I've said it about other politicians. I've never met the guy. Of course he's not my boyfriend. I'm just saying that I'm a fan. And then the whole world is looking at her. Oh, what's the story behind this? They grabbed a picture when she was 17 years old. They've got that up on websites. Is this the girlfriend or the mistress of Anthony Weiner? Now, why do I say that Breitbart is a fraud in the midst of all this? Because if somebody sent me, and I'm not saying Breitbart is the one who planted the picture. I have no idea who planted the picture, right? But if somebody sent me this story about how a conservative congressman put out a picture of some genitals to a girlfriend, first thing you think of, like conservative congressman, family values, nobody's surprised, right?
So Cenk comes down pretty hard on the Breitbart is, a bullshit artist and is totally unbelievable, and swearing that Weiner is innocent. Now, I'm just going to play a couple clips of Weiner responding throughout the week, because his denial only lasts approximately a week before it collapses and he's forced to publicly admit that he was lying.
It started out with a photograph on a congressman's Twitter account, and now the story has gone absolutely viral on media of every kind. Democratic Congressman Anthony Weiner of New York denied today that he sent a lewd photograph to a 21-year-old college student in Seattle. Congressional correspondent Nancy Cordes has the story.
I didn't send it.
Congressman Anthony Weiner was adamant today. He did not tweet this suggestive photo of a man in gray underwear. But he was far less clear about the origins of the photo, sent from his Twitter account Friday night.
Congressman, I think the main question that everyone has is, was that a picture of you?
Well, the main question that a lot of people are asking is, did I send the photograph? I did not. This was a prank, a hoax.
So it sounds like it was a photo of you.
Well, we're going to try to find out exactly what happened. The photograph does not look familiar to me, but before I say anything, I want to make sure that nothing was manipulated about it, that it wasn't taken, that something wasn't dropped into my account.
I think any normal person could say with certainty whether a picture was a photo of them or not, whether they had taken a photo
Well,
like that.
Jon Stewart might have had it right last night that it didn't look like me for embarrassing reasons.
As a comedian, this is slam dunk. Weiner name, Weiner picture. Where's my check?
It was the late-night mockery and testy exchanges with reporters
I'm not going to talk about this anymore.
that convinced Weiner to reverse his pledge not to discuss the matter.
Do you think you know who did it?
I don't know. I do have someone that I've asked who are professionals to come in who look at this kind of stuff for big firms.
But many have questioned why the liberal New Yorker, who has called for tougher cybersecurity laws, did not ask Capitol Police or the FBI to look into it.
I don't believe this is a capital crime. I believe this is a bit of mischief. And I'm treating
But
it
it's
that way.
causing more than
And
mischief for you now.
It's causing more mischief, but that doesn't necessarily mean that I ask the taxpayers of the United States of America to undergo a big investigation.
Okay. Let's hang on. The system froze on me, is not playing this clip. But the point being here, if I can get that to restart, if not, I'll just reload it. Is that Anthony Weiner maintained for approximately a whole week that he did not send it. His explanations were not particularly clever, but he was on this denial stage, while, as demonstrated by the Young Turks, Andrew was being smeared for various items. And okay, there we go. Reloaded it. So let's get the next thing. Apologies.
Did you send that picture to that college student in Washington State?
I did not. She says she never got it and doesn't know me. I certainly don't know her. This seems like it was a prank to make fun of my name. You know, when you're named Wiener, that happens a lot. Got 45,000 some odd Twitter followers, hundreds of people that I follow. This seems like a prank that has gotten an enormous amount of attention.
So we then turn to what I have described for a very long time as the most significant moment in American politics. Now, certain things have, in this last year in particular, perhaps dethroned that moment. But this next moment was, if you were experiencing it in real time, like I was, absolutely unbelievable. So, Anthony Weiner has scheduled a press conference, and the rumor is that he is going to admit that he not only sent this photo, but that there are a large number of other women with whom he was at least flirting with online, even though he's married, and sending lewd photos to. That he is going to announce this, and he's scheduled to have a press conference. And CBS News was covering this press conference live, along with other news outlets, because this was one of the largest stories in politics at that moment that week. And they cut in because someone is walking up to the podium, and it's Andrew Breitbart, who hijacked Anthony Weiner's admission press conference.
I'm here coincidentally. I just arrived at LaGuardia because of media requests, and as I got into my hotel, we reported this at Big Government and Big Journalism, and I'm here coincidentally. I did not know that they were going to be announcing this, so I'm just staying at a hotel about 3 blocks away, so I just decided to come by and see what he had to say.
So how positive are you that what you reported is backed out?
Specifically, I mean, we're reporting a lot of things here, such as at first, I think we were vindicated at first after a 3-day frenzy of trying to attack my journalism, my websites on the nature of the initial hack story. Everything that we reported was true in that story. We didn't get into conjecture. We didn't name the girl, yet Salon.com and Joan Walsh, I think, played the role that Congressman Weiner wanted, was to try and attack the messenger. And she falsely claimed that I had named the girl in Seattle. That wasn't true. And also said that I had savaged the girl in Seattle. In fact, that was Gawker. Once it was found that it was Gawker and not me, there's no apology from Salon.com. This was all an attempt. The strategy in the first weekend was to try and say, if we attack Breitbart, then by the time we get to Tuesday, it will no longer be there. Yeah, that's strange to me as well. I don't have any answers to it. I'm here also to get some answers as well. This is a coincidence that we'll be able to be as straight and honest with you as humanly possible. I was there on Friday night at around 7 or 7:30 with my wife when I looked at my iPad and I saw that somebody retweeted something from his account. I clicked on it. I looked at the image, and maybe I'm dense or something, but it took me about 14, 15 seconds to go, what could this possibly be? And I was like, oh, I know exactly what that is. And what happened is we realized that we had a tip in our tip box that had come previously, that came on May 20th, where a person representing this woman said that they had some incriminating photos. And so it was on that evening that I tried to contact that tipster. I was able to contact that person's point person on Saturday. The person was out of range because of Memorial Day weekend. We weren't able to talk until Tuesday. We weren't able to agree upon anything. And then on Friday, the woman reached out to me this last Friday. I have yet to meet her. And this has been independently corroborated, the content that was put on the website by a major news bureau. That was based upon what I believe was Congressman Weiner's strategy to blame the messenger. Carrie Pickett. I'm not going to get into a graphic description, but to suffice to say it's of an X-rated nature. I'm not here to get into what how Congressman Weiner should respond to this. My biggest problem
I'll talk about this later for another time. I'm here to answer some of the basic questions. Everything we've reported about this story has been true.
Mr. Breitbart, why did you put this on the web in the first place? What were you trying to achieve?
Well, it's clearly a news story. Why are you trying to challenge a news story? We received a tweet that came from his official Twitter page, sent out to a woman in Seattle. We did not go with the story until after we saw that the congressman took down all of his photos, and the woman in Seattle took down her Facebook account and her Twitter account, and even worse, he went to his Twitter page to claim that he was hacked. We only wrote the story after a sitting congressman claimed that his.
So if you had lived that live, that was an amazing event, because you had watched. If you watched the play-by-play all week, you watched the back and forth between Andrew Breitbart and Anthony Weiner, and the victory lap that Andrew got to take by walking on that stage and having combated basically the entire media apparatus who was not being able to really break the story the same way, and like Cenk Uygur, some of the reports that Andrew Breitbart was just a schlock artist and lying. Similar patterns you might observe today. Now, go ahead.
It's just wild to me. I'm having flashbacks of basically how Harris has handled his problem. It's just that with Harris, it's more ridiculous because nobody denies the authenticity of the material or where it came from, or can even has trouble sort of going and checking the original, there's it's all in public. There's I didn't do anything other than clip a public podcast, but
right a lot of it is a very similar attack against you.
I mean, the first thing he did, he said some clown from Trumpistan is anti, and then he says anti-vax lunatic. He said a lot of things in the early days, and then he kind of polished it around a little bit because it didn't make any sense. But his original one was basically to call me a Trumper for unclear why. My tweets about Trump are extremely tepid to say the least.
So now we get to a seed. This is a time bomb. Now this might have been seen at the time, but it was ignored for many years until the time bomb exploded. And it was a tweet that Andrew Breitbart sent on February 4th, 2011, I believe roughly a year before his passing. I think my memory serves me, he passed away in 2012. This tweet that I'm now going to share to the space says, how prog guru John Podesta isn't household name as a world-class underage sex slave op cover-upper defending unspeakable dregs escapes me. So this is a time bomb that sits there on his Twitter, still available today, that I just shared to the space. This, obviously, if you can guess, is a seed that is now planted in 2011 that will ultimately lead to Pizzagate. So he's not accusing necessarily John Podesta of being involved in a sex slave trade per se, but someone who participates in the obfuscation and the covering up of such a trade. So Andrew Breitbart passes away, and we have the second half of the Obama administration carrying on. And then we have...
You have no concerns about his passing, I assume?
There, of course, is the foul play speculation, because he was not particularly old. It was a heart attack. And so with an enemy of the kind where you assume that there's a lot of political power, you do wonder, and people do speculate as to whether or not it was a hit job. I don't have a personal opinion on it because I would never be able to possess enough information to. In my heart, he was ripped away by foul play. But of course, I don't know that. So in his passing, he actually hands off Breitbart. Not that he knew that he was going to pass, but through the passing, Steve Bannon takes over Breitbart and starts to change the way it behaves. That's not necessarily a huge part of the story, although Bannon does wind up having his own play in various aspects.
Do you know about the story with Bannon and Biosphere 2, by the way?
No, but let's talk about that sometime.
Yeah, okay.
So, in the lead up to the Trump-Hillary election, Andrew Breitbart is gone, but a familiar sort of scene starts to come up with Hillary's emails. So Hillary Clinton she had her own private email server. And what this means is that she was working in the State Department under Barack Obama at the time, and she was not using State Department or federal government computer equipment for her email service. And this had an important side effect of making her sort of immune from FOIA requests. So anyone who submits a FOIA request, the people who are going to facilitate that FOIA request go to the servers to go retrieve the items, or after, of course, approval and certain things involving redactions, etc. And there was nowhere to go for Hillary Clinton's email requests because she didn't use their servers. She had her own private server. And certain things were coming up and questions being asked about, hey, look, we're getting requests for these documents or these things in FOIA requests. The Senate and the Congress start to overall ask questions and demand information. And she winds up deleting massive amounts of information and destroying other information. And then questions came up about the security, okay, because she was not following federal standards on security. So she was handling classified information through this email system and possibly violating the law with respect to handling classified information on this email server. So it was a big deal for multiple reasons. And Hillary Clinton did the tried and true, the same thing that Anthony Weiner did, the same thing that they did with Lewinsky. It's all repeating. It's all a circle. It all rhymes.
The debate about them. We see in our recent poll that nearly 6 in 10 Americans say they don't believe that you're honest and trustworthy. Do you see any role that you've had in this sentiment that we've seen where people are questioning whether you're trustworthy?
I can only tell you, Brianna, that this has been a theme that has been used against me and my husband for many, many years. And at the end of the day, I think voters sort it all out. I have great confidence. I trust the American voter.
One of the issues that has eroded some trust that we've seen is the issue of your email practices while you were Secretary of State. I think there's a lot of people who don't understand what your thought process was on that. So can you tell me the story of how you decided to delete 33,000 emails and how that deletion was executed?
Well, let's start from the beginning. Everything I did was permitted. There was no law. There was no regulation. There was nothing that did not give me the full authority to decide how I was going to communicate. Previous secretaries of state have said they did the same thing. And people across the government knew that I used one device. Maybe it was because I am not the most technically capable person and wanted to make it as easy as possible.
But you said that they did the same thing, that they used a personal server and
Well,
while facing
email.
a subpoena, deleted emails from them?
You're starting with so many assumptions that I've never had a subpoena. There is nothing. Again, let's take a deep breath here. Everything I did was permitted by law and regulation. I had one device. When I mailed anybody in the government, it would go into the government system. Now, I didn't have to turn over anything. I chose to turn over.
So there's a lot of, she goes on this, tour being asked these questions, very similar to the Anthony Weiner thing, and I won't go on all the presses, but she denies it over and over again. Most people, I think, have some memory of the denial. And shortly before the voting, James Comey comes out and makes a statement about the investigation that was going on with respect to her email.
From the group of 30,000 emails returned to the State Department in 2014, 110 emails in 52 email chains have been determined by the owning agency to contain classified information at the time they were sent or received.
And that was a violation of the law, of course.
8 of those chains contained information that was top secret at the time they were sent. 36 of those chains contained secret information at the time, and 8 contained confidential information at the time. That's the lowest level of classification.
So he goes on a longer speech about all the things they found, and he then eventually says that no reasonable prosecutor would press charges. Okay, of course, this was sort of a way of letting her get off. The admitting, it's sort of like what they call a limited hangout. You admit that she did all this stuff, and you don't pursue her for some vague reason about prosecutorial discretion that's never really explained.
It's the same thing as with Biden, right? Where they basically the her report, where they said, well, he definitely did all these things. I actually it was about mishandling of classified information again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
but he would present as a forgetful old man, and who would really condemn him, so we can't proceed.
Right. So this was the one part of their regular strategy, which is just completely deny it, and then try to, when you're doing interviews, try to confuse the interviewer with a whole bunch of mumbo jumbo to try to, because it's up to them to prove it. No one could prove it. If it weren't for James Comey coming out and sort of going against normal FBI procedure, because they don't normally comment on ongoing investigations like this, Comey kind of broke procedure to do this, we would have never known, right? The people on the outside they don't have the resources or ability to make these determinations. So the denial works to people like Hillary's favor, because there's no way that citizens can prove them wrong. Yep. So all of this was encapsulated. I'll play a brief portion of a viral song that was made with some of the clips over time.
Good morning. I'm here to give you an update on the FBI's investigation of Secretary Clinton. What I want to do is tell you what we're recommending. But first, let me tell you what we found. 110 emails in 52 email chains have been determined to contain classified information.
What difference at this point does it make?
8 of those chains are top secret. 36 of those chains secret.
And I'll post that to the thread at some point. But so the Hillary follows this tried and true procedure of trying to deny everything until you're absolutely forced to. Comey gives her the way out. But that was not really the only thing going on at the time. There were other hacks and assaults that were going on against the Clintons at the time. One of them was the DNC servers that were hacked and showed that Donna Brazile, who had given Hillary some questions in advance to one of the debates, and there were some other things in those releases. And at the time, the Clintons were all trying to push all of the blame back onto Russia. Oh, this is all Russian hacking. If you have PTSD over the 2016 election, I'm sorry for triggering it right now and bringing it all back. But, it was all Russia. It was all Russia. It was all Russia trying to obfuscate, of course, the shit that they were really doing and getting it caught in. And some of the baffling and absurd things that they had done is caught and encapsulated in this one beautiful CNN skit where someone defending Clinton literally didn't know half of the weird shit that they did during that time.
The Clinton campaign wanted this report to come out. Why? Because the FBI had an exhaustive year-long investigation. They talked to probably dozens and dozens and dozens of people, hours and hours of testimony, and the decision not to recommend prosecution for was absolutely unanimous. Was it careless? Yes. Was it a mistake? Yes. As Hillary Clinton said, I should not have done this, and if I ever had to do it again, I'd make a different decision.
So was
yes.
it criminal? No.
It was not criminal.
So I guess that's the benchmark now to become president, is not to be a criminal in jail. So let's go through the facts. 17,500 emails that she lied about turning over. The server wiped. Within weeks of there being a report that she had a private server, it was wiped. She thought that C, which stands for classified, stood for cookie or something, which stands for classified. She thought that drone strikes are not classified. She said that the reason she used the private server is for convenience, and that she only had one device. She used 13 BlackBerries, let me finish, and 5 iPads. At least she doesn't just stick to either BlackBerry or iPad. This is somebody who is absolutely disqualified from becoming president. They destroyed BlackBerries with hammers in the State Department. That's not what won the presidency.
Actually, Evan, hold on. Can you fact check that? Hang on, Evan Perez. Hammers, fact check that for me, please, on the fly.
Yes, they did, Brooke. As you mentioned, there were 13 devices, mobile devices, and 5 iPads that the FBI said that in some way were used with her private email server, and they did, in some cases, just destroy them with hammers when they were done. So
the cover-up stench, of course, was wreaked throughout that controversy that people would just sort of ignore, and they didn't even wind up reading the stuff that was actually done, like taking BleachBit to the server so that you couldn't actually recover any of the partitions and things like that. And
if I remember correctly, BleachBit is a piece of software, but then Hillary played it off as if they were claiming.
Yes,
that
I don't understand your question. What, you think I wiped the servers with a cloth?
Yeah.
So that was one of the major scandals occurring at the tail end of that 2016 election involving electronics and electronic communications. And I mentioned the DNC hack. And we now come to Anthony Weiner making a show. Now, how does Anthony Weiner come into this? Well, unstated by me, because she's a major player but doesn't have enough story to go about her. It's a woman named Huma Abedin. And Huma Abedin is Hillary Clinton's right-hand woman. She has been her go-to buddy for a very long time, and she was the unfortunate wife of Anthony Weiner. And she comes into play.
Sorry, but given her recent tastes, I don't think
she is now. What's his? It's Soros, but what's the first name? Alex Soros. Okay, she's now dating Alex Soros.
No, married.
Oh, she married him. Oh, congratulations. Well, at the time, she was married to Anthony still, and there is a documentary called Weiner that I urge everyone to watch because it is about his attempt to become mayor of New York City after the original scandal that we just went through with Andrew Breitbart. And the Weiner scandal there ends basically the Weiner documentary there ends with this laptop scandal, basically. And what happened was that Huma had used Anthony Weiner's laptop for official government business at some point in time. And that laptop contained a large amount of Hillary Clinton data. Now, in this Weiner documentary that I'm recommending everyone watch, because it's really good and amazing to just watch this person, collapse in real time. Anthony Weiner's laptop was picked up by the FBI because he was, surprise, surprise, engaging in inappropriate conversations with a young woman who, in this circumstance, was underage. So the FBI confiscated his laptop for soliciting sex from underage people over the internet, and they had acquired his laptop. Upon which they discovered that Huma Abedin's emails with Hillary Clinton were on that laptop, and that becomes important because Hillary Clinton had deleted so many emails that had been requested to return that now a large portion of emails that were previously unknown and discovered potentially on the laptop.
The FBI's Clinton bombshell.
A blockbuster double-barreled October surprise from FBI Director James Comey. He is investigating Hillary Clinton and her server again.
He says this in connection with an unrelated case. The FBI has learned of the existence of emails that appear pertinent to the investigation.
Oh, you thought the email scandal was over? Well, it turns out Comey don't play that. And look at how the scandal has affected everything. Before last week, Hillary had this election in the bag. Trump had been outed as a pervert who tries to conceal the size of his tiny hands by hiding them inside vaginas. Hillary wasn't just winning. I mean, she was measuring the drapes in the Oval Office and making sure she had a pantsuit to match. But now, since Comey's completely ambiguous revelation, Hillary's lead has been cut in half. And it turns out the only thing worse than this discovery was how it was discovered.
Those emails found on a laptop belonging to Anthony Weiner, the husband of Clinton's longtime aide Huma Abedin, currently under investigation for sexting with a purportedly underage girl.
Anthony Weiner! Are you kidding me? Hillary Clinton, 30 years of public service, and her whole life is going to be taken down by this guy's dick pic.
Well, as you may know, it's the shit-filled cornucopia that just keeps on giving 2016. And it's all because of what happened on Friday.
We're following breaking news, a dramatic new twist in the presidential campaign. The FBI is reviewing its investigation into Hillary Clinton's use of a private email server while she was Secretary of State after the discovery of new emails that appear to be pertinent to the case.
Oh, perfect. That's just what this election and everyone's state of mind needed. Bacardi should really consider switching their slogan to Bacardi, because there might be more fucking Clinton emails. And if there's shitty developments in a shitty campaign season, we're not grim enough, there is also the matter of where this latest problem came from.
In a more surprising twist, the unearthed emails were from the FBI's investigation into disgraced Congressman Anthony Weiner.
It's true. It seems Anthony Weiner is forcing the nation to relitigate the entire email controversy and putting Hillary Clinton's chances of winning the presidency in serious danger. Carlos danger. Damn it, Weiner! For the record, this is a win place! I'm not having fun! You're ruining my chance! Dang it! This is obviously a disgusting way for the email case to come to life. Just watch Vice President Biden learn about Weiner's involvement for the very first time.
I don't know where these emails came from. What apparently Anthony Weiner. Well, oh God, Anthony Weiner. I should not come into Anthony Weiner.
You can just picture Biden repressing that news and going to his happy place, which I assume is this actual picture of him eating an ice cream, wearing sunglasses, and holding a fist.
So, there was a little joke that might not be caught involving Carlos Danger, which was actually a pseudonym that was used by Anthony Weiner to engage in some of this behavior. So he was making
right. No, I remember it now. Yes.
So that is now derailing Hillary's campaign rather significantly because she just took the country on a whole series of lies through that. The DNC hack occurred, and now Anthony Weiner, who was now previously a known scumbag who was a liar, now comes into play about her emails again. But in addition to that,
today, cybersecurity experts confirmed that the Gmail account of Hillary Clinton's campaign chairman was hacked by the same Russians who have targeted other Democratic groups. And Nancy Cordes has that.
Boy, that WikiLeaks has done a job on her, hasn't it?
For 2 weeks now, John Podesta's emails have provided Trump with a steady stream of new material, revealing how a passel of aides massaged Clinton's positions on trade, Wall Street regulations, and the Keystone Pipeline.
I mean, what they said about Catholics and evangelicals and so many other things.
Today, the cybersecurity firm SecureWorks said it has determined that Podesta unwittingly entered his credentials on a fake Google login page set up by Fancy Bear, a notorious group of Russian-linked hackers. Podesta was lured to the site by a shortened link in one of his emails, a practice known as spear phishing. In a statement today, the Clinton campaign said there is no longer any doubt that Russian President Vladimir Putin is trying to help Donald Trump by weaponizing WikiLeaks, which has already released 23,000 Podesta emails and says it has 27,000 more. Today, for the first time, the site even posted 7 emails President Obama exchanged with Podesta in 2008.
She has no idea whether it's Russia, China, or anybody else.
I am not quoting myself.
No idea.
I am quoting. Last night, Trump questioned Russia's involvement, as he did in both previous debates.
Our country has no idea.
Vice President Biden said today that puts Trump at odds with the entire U.S. intelligence community.
And then he says, as a major party candidate, for the world to hear, playing into the hands of Putin, that our country has no idea.
As presidential candidates, both Clinton and Trump get regular security briefings where the Russian connection has been laid out for them by U.S. officials. Trump did say last night, Scott, that he condemns the cyber attacks.
So we now have the last little bit that comes into play to actually start to turn this into Pizzagate. Now, I appreciate everyone following me up to this point because all of that is really necessary because you have to see John Podesta's involvement in the apparatus that is the media network. You have to understand somewhat how powerful he is as an individual, what roles he's played in the past, and what types of strategies he's employed in order to understand how he might fit into a broader picture, particularly with the time bomb that Andrew Breitbart placed on February 4th, 2011. Now, I can keep going because I want to tell the full story, but I want to know if people have the desire to do this today or have me finish this a second half at another time, because this would be a good stopping point if there's a stopping point. And so I don't know if we can do raise of hands, give me some sort of icons to vote on this, and I'll kind of do a you want to tap your screen and give me a yes or no. I'll try to do it. Come on, people. I only got 2 people giving me these things. I got a thumbs up there.
I see a few. Yeah.
All right. Okay.
Yeah. I still have latitude here, but I might be pulled away.
Okay. Well, of course,
I'm not for the moment. So you can keep going regardless, and I'll listen to the recording.
I think
This is really gripping. This is amazing.
I think the consent.
I wasn't aware about any of this. I love this. Thank you.
Now, in order to get the second part of this story, we have to take a divergence. We have to go overseas. We have to tell a different part of the story. And this part of the story, I do warn you, is not going to be very pleasant. This is a very real sex trafficking operation that will probably break your heart. It is not pleasant. It is. You can find this online under the name Belgian X-Files, and it has nothing to do with UFOs. It has to do with a series of girls who were, I'll call them recovered in Belgium, who told detectives about this underground sex trafficking network involving powerful people in Belgium, and they were anonymized by giving them name or letter signifiers X1 through X9. And this is a BBC Two documentary piece from, I believe, 1999. I have the dates here. Of course, as you can imagine, I have sprawling notes for this thing, so it's a little bit hard to keep in linear order sometimes. But I will provide all of this in links eventually, so that you can follow along with everything that I'm claiming and everything I'm saying. But this is a BBC Two documentary that was discussing this Belgian X-File.
In 1996, this woman came forward to tell the Belgian authorities she'd spent her childhood years as the victim of a paedophile network. She described a world of organized sexual abuse, torture, and even murder.
It was terrible. You didn't believe your eyes. And I didn't believe that humans could do that.
She talked of violent child sex orgies with politicians, judges, and influential businessmen, a Belgian underworld in which the establishment has refused to believe.
Regina Louf is a pathological liar. She's a woman who's invented a series of scenarios which just don't stand up.
A campaign followed to discredit her evidence, but now in an exclusive interview, the policeman assigned to investigate her claims has broken his silence. He says the inquiry was blocked because it threatened to reveal too much.
I'm convinced that she has been a victim, that's for sure.
In June 1996, this Belgian slum revealed a bitter secret that would come to haunt the nation. The eyes of the world watched in horror. Into the light emerged two young girls. Laetitia, aged 14, and Sabine, just 12, were the latest in a long line of girls who'd gone missing. Marc Dutroux, a convicted rapist and kidnapper, had led the police to where he'd imprisoned them. Relief swept Belgium as their tearful homecoming was caught on camera. But it soon turned to horror when police revealed the secret cage hidden in the cellar of Dutroux' house. The girls had been kept here, drugged, and repeatedly raped. But what of Belgium's other missing children? 8-year-olds Julie and Melissa, who were missing for more than a year, and 12 others who'd vanished mysteriously. Was this a new lead in the hunt for them? The hopes of their parents were soon dashed. Within days, Marc Dutroux led police to the site where the bodies of Julie Lejeune and Melissa Rousseau were buried. The parents were informed, but when the Rousseaus asked to see their daughter, Melissa, for the last time, they were refused.
We begged, we were crying to see her. Really, we insisted with our lawyer, we really cried. They said, no, it's not possible, that's the law. But we said, what's the point of the law? And they said, it's for your own psychological good. It's not up to them to know what's good for our psychological well-being. What would have been good for us was to be certain.
It's 6 years since the police unearthed the bodies of Julie and Melissa, buried in the garden of this house. What's extraordinary to me is that though Dutroux's in jail, he's never been tried for these crimes. It's as though the judicial system froze when faced with having to bring him to trial. Officially, Dutroux lived on benefits, yet this house, now derelict, was one of 5 that he owned. The bodies of 2 more missing girls were found at another, Effie Lambrex and Anne Marchal.
I didn't believe that it was possible that children were kept in a cellar and were raped and kept there until that Dutroux was taken to prison, and that we could see the cellar. At that moment, I had to believe.
Before the murders, Marc Dutroux had already been convicted of 5 charges of rape and kidnapping, yet somehow he'd served only 6 years in jail before he was released back into the Charleroi underworld. This was once Belgium's industrial heartland, but today its most famous industry is crime. Dutroux melted back into this realm of prostitution, drug traffic and stolen cars, and began to plan his next project, the kidnap of children. For the parents now burying their murdered daughters after more, this was not the end of their nightmare. They would soon find out that Dutroux had been a prime suspect from the start, yet nothing had been done to save their girls. Melissa's father is still asking why his daughter was allowed to die.
10
days after the kidnapping of Julie and Melissa in 95, 3 witnesses said it was Dutroux who's kidnapping children. But they don't go looking for Julie and Melissa at his house straight after the kidnapping. It's inexplicable. And he continues to kidnap other children. They put a special surveillance unit towards Dutroux and he continues to kidnap children. It's inexplicable. The whole thing is inexplicable from start to finish.
What is known is that Dutroux was finally caught when his white van was identified. It had been used to snatch a 6th girl miles away from his home patch. The man who arrested Dutroux was Jean-Marc Conrot, an investigating magistrate. He became a national hero, uniquely respected by the parents of the murdered children.
He is someone who wants to know the truth. You can feel it. When you talk to him, you can feel that he wants to investigate, that he wants to have the truth. He is a very good magistrate.
Conrad arrested Dutroux's associates. Among the first was Jean-Michel Nihoul. Nihoul and Dutroux had been seen at the site of the latest abduction the night before. They'd been in constant phone contact the day it happened. And the next day, Nihoul gave £10,000 worth of drugs to an accomplice of Dutroux. One witness claimed Nihoul had ordered a girl. Conrad knew Nihoul had influential friends. He suspected he was the brains behind a network supplying clients with children to abuse. It's a charge Nihoul denies. Conrad appealed to the public for information.
When I saw him walking down the stairs, I thought that I knew everything about him. It was a shock. I thought, finally, they stopped him.
Regina Louf was one of the first to come forward. She said that as a child, she'd been abused for many years in a paedophile network involving Nihoul and Dutroux.
I remember Jean-Michel Nihoul as a very cruel man. He abused children in a very sadistic way.
She says that at the age of 12, she was taken with other children to sex parties. And, she told investigators, Dutroux was there, working for Nihoul.
Dutroux was a boy who brought drugs, cocaine and something like that to these parties, who brought some girls, or watched girls on these parties. Nihoul, he was a sort of party beast. And Dutroux was more on the side.
Nihoul denies he's ever met Regina Louf, but her stories never changed. Nihoul, she said, was one of those who organised the parties and invited the cream of Belgian society, judges, politicians and influential businessmen, in order to compromise them.
So, at this point, in case it's not clear, the general idea behind the scandal and the network that these girls allege is that not only was this a sex trafficking operation that where the powerful would participate, but it also, among those who controlled it, was a means to gain more power by having blackmail material against by filming the acts the people would participate in.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
It was big business. Yeah. And it was very well organized, too. There's a lot of money going on there, and a lot of blackmail also. They had a lot of parties. They filmed it even. So yes, it exists. I know it sounds crazy. And I know that there is a big taboo on everything like that. But it exists, you know.
Regina Louf's story was horrific, but her account of a violent paedophile underworld was by now reinforced by new witnesses, some of whom also named influential people.
So more witnesses start to come out than this. She was designated X1. So again, that's why they call this the Belgian X-Files, because the women that came forward were given the anonymous designations of X1 through X9. And this is Regina Louf. Now, Regina Louf is going to play somewhat of a major role, not necessarily as a character, but by her story, she's going to play an additional role. So, at first, she was discounted by Belgian officials as a liar and is making it up until these additional people came forward. Now, unfortunately, and we're not going to get too deep into that story. You could go down that rabbit hole if you want. The people of Belgium never got really resolution on this. They believe a lot of people believe that the investigation got stalled at every point, and that there was no true, let's say, wiping clean and exposing the full network. Although, because of the number of witnesses and certain further investigations that have been in print, there's a large number of people who, of course, believe their stories, these women's stories, and believe the veracity of the claims made wherein. So you could go down your own rabbit hole whether or not you truly believe that this existed or not. But this was a major event in Belgium, and there were many women who described this network. So there were at least some women who were being kidnapped, molested, and murdered. But whether or not, of course, that describes a full network involving powerful people is a slightly different claim. Okay, so we have Regina Louf as being designated as X1, and she becomes one of the first people to actually go public with her own name and describe these networks and the people that she saw being involved. Now, again, she had other people corroborating a lot of what she said, and including naming similar people as being involved. So she's not a lone person in describing this network. At one point, she describes, in a further investigation that people have done, she describes a man named Axel Vervoort, Vervoordt. This is a man who is extremely wealthy in the arts community and owns a giant castle in which he collects a bunch of art and has art shows. She described this man, Axel Vervoort, as one of the powerful aristocrats who is involved in this underground Belgian sex trafficking ring. And she explained that his castle was a central place where some of these parties or trades would go down. Some of the blackmail would go on there, and some of the girls were supposedly murdered there. That's what she would claim. And Alex Vervoort is going to become a prime person in the grand story of Pizzagate. That has absolutely nothing to do with any of the silly items that normally get discounted in the story by people like Sam Harris, etc. So what I did is I've just posted two sources you will need to use Google Translate for that describe this issue with Axel Vervoort, and other allegations that he himself is a pedophile. Now, of course, Axel, I'm not making that claim. I am describing other people's claims, so you can't sue me. Is alleged pedophile and part of this network. So now we go back to John Podesta and his leaked emails. And the BBC 2 documentary, if you all are interested, I recommend watching, because there's a lot more clips that I have, but I don't think that they're necessary to tell this part of the story. I think you get the point, and I think you trust that I'm not hiding things from you in this explanation. We go back to the Podesta emails, and if you allow me a moment to pull up the one email. The email, so WikiLeaks, if you don't recall from a few minutes ago, or you're just joining in, at the end of the 2016 presidential campaign, there were a series of major Clinton scandals and hacking events. And one of them was a phishing campaign that a very powerful person associated with the Clintons and the Clinton campaign at the time, John Podesta, was involved in. And this was a huge WikiLeaks dump, because he is one of the most powerful people in Washington / the world, for many reasons. And when that email dump was made is when the original Pizzagate caricature started to form. And the original caricature involved messages that people would say had cryptic sort of coded language that was pedophile code words. That is where, if you start following the story of Pizzagate, you would come to the conclusion that a lot of it was nonsense, because you have to do a lot of warped reading into emails to try to come up with certain explanations for why that someone might think there is anything involving this type of operation going on. But one email in particular is going to start to tie all of this story together that I've been telling. And it was an email with the subject, which I just linked to now in the thread, and I will link to in the space. The title is Forward Dinner. And it was sent from Tony Podesta, who is the brother of John Podesta. And it was sent to John. And the email, which I will explain, was, "Are you in New York City Thursday, July 9th? Marina wants you to come to dinner. Mary? Question mark." Now, Mary question mark is asking if him, John Podesta, and his wife Mary were going to both be in town. And the forward is from a woman named Marina Abramovic. Now, if you don't know who Marina Abramovic is, once you know who Marina Abramovic is, you are going to see Marina Abramovic pop up everywhere. She is a performance artist. And when I mean performance artist, she is the type of performance artist that is the goofy caricature of a performance artist that you would see mocked everywhere. She is the staple sort of exemplar weird woman. So if I'm going to give you an example of one of her art displays, where, if I still have that photo, let me see. If not, I will of course post it later, but bear with me one second. Here we go. I'm going to post a link here to the end of the thread and share it here. There's going to be a still photo of Marina Abramovic and another naked man standing in the middle of a tiny hallway with a woman attempting to sneak through them. And the amount of space in between the two naked people is so small that the person is forced to, connect with them physically in order to pass. It's like the only place in and out, and these two naked people are squishing the space. This is what the type of stuff Marina Abramovic considers art. She collects tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands to millions of dollars of donations for any one of these art installations that she does, and she does weird shit routinely. This is the type of person.
To Roman Abramovich?
I'm sorry?
Is she related to Roman Abramovich in any way?
I do not know. I know that she was born in Serbia.
Okay.
But one of the more popular things that she has done recently was a benefit where Lady Gaga was by her side. And the stuff that Marina Abramovic does can be basically, if it comes up into her head, she will do it. And it doesn't matter how weird or how morbid it may be. So I'm posting another photo and sharing it to the space of a recent shindig with Lady Gaga, where they have I don't know what this body is made of. It's a human body form, and I don't know. Sometimes she does hire real people to perform these roles, but it is a blood fondue where a human form, and whether it's some sort of edible human, or if it's an actual real human actor just laying there, there's a blood colored sort of liquid that Marina Abramovic and Lady Gaga are putting a spoon in and eating from. Okay, now obviously not a real dead person, they're not drinking blood, but this is the type of stuff that Marina Abramovic will do. She will do anything that comes to her mind. Some of it is just bizarre and stupid, and some of it is more extreme and, let's say, boundary pushing into people's sensibilities. She does a lot of work with blood. So this email is asking so Tony Podesta, John Podesta's brother, is asking John if he's available to come to dinner with Marina. And Marina has sent Tony an email inviting him to something she's calling a spirit cooking event. Now, spirit cooking is something that she came up with years ago, and I need to post the video of that. You allow me a moment. So spirit cooking is one of her art projects from 1996, where I couldn't even really tell you what the point was, but she took a lot of pig's blood, an excessive amount of pig's blood, and in some sort of art installation, started scrawling all on the walls weird messages, such as slit your middle finger down the side and drink the blood, and just very weird cryptic messages that don't necessarily have a good interpretation, except for the fact that they're bizarre, morbid, and some people call them satanic. She does a lot of satanic imagery in order to either get a rise out of people or whatnot. But if you go through her history, you will see just all sorts of weird stuff like that. Okay, now I'm posting her original 1996 spirit cooking thing. It's going to take a moment to upload. So she sends an email to him, to Tony, inviting him to some spirit cooking dinner. Now, supposedly this version of spirit cooking is not identical to her art piece in 1996 that is bizarre, like I just described, but some sort of mild version that she's just kind of being playful with, that Tony Podesta had supposedly won because he donated $10,000 to a Kickstarter campaign that she had. Now, she becomes important in this because at the bottom of her email to Tony has her latest work, her latest itinerary, because she is an artist and part of the large art community. And in her upcoming itinerary in 2015, this is November 6th through the 22nd, something called Proportio, curated by Axel Vervoort. This is where, if you've followed up till now, this is where the real connections to this type of idea, this idea of an underground sex trafficking ring being involved. At some point, we'll get to the pizza place. This is where it really starts to solidify, not the goofy stuff with interpreting the code words and things like that. It comes through the connection of the Podesta brothers, Marina Abramovic, and this Axel Vervoort. So Axel Vervoort, like I just said, was accused by one of the women who in Belgium who was recovered and part of a anonymous group of 9 individual women talking about an underground pedophile ring. He was accused of owning a castle that was part of the ring, and by another person accused of being a pedophile himself. He is in business with this Marina Abramovic. Now, as we go deeper into the actual Pizzagate story that we are now finally able to really talk about, we will find that Tony Podesta And the man named James Alefantis, who runs the Comet Pizza, are huge contributors and friends of Marina Abramovic and Axel Vervoort in that community, in the art community, sorry, and the Washington, D.C. power community. So that, which I'm going to continue telling, is where the Pizzagate story actually has some sort of relevance and legs. It involves one of the most powerful people in the world as far as, you know, his connections and his ability to push narratives in the media, John Podesta. We've gone through now, if you just catching up, you know, you should listen to the recording. We've gone through the history of how John Podesta has a history of just covering up and hiding despicable sorts of acts that people should not be necessarily covering up, including an organization that was basically busted for contributing to sex trafficking, giving advice how to perform sex trafficking. And we now arrive at a place where a woman who is doing business, and this is not a one-time business thing, she has a long-time business a relationship with Axel Vervoort, that they are now all sort of connected. So that's where a question comes up. Okay, well, how connected are they, and you know, are they engaged? And I, like I said at the beginning of this, you're not going to learn that I have proof that anyone is involved, like John Podesta or any of these people are involved in such a thing. The whole point of this, of course, is to tell you that there is an actual story and is questions, and you will, as you will see, Tony Podesta and James Alefantis do not have a clean public slate when it comes to begging questions or raising questions, at least if you want to not use the incorrect philosophical term. So I've shared Marina, her spirit cooking videos. You will be able to see all of the weird shit she does with pig's blood on the walls, and you will be able to just get a vague understanding of how weird she is. So now that's the introduction here to what we'll call the prime Pizzagate story, which is that Tony Podesta is inviting John Podesta and we to a spirit cooking dinner with Marina Abramovic, who is in business association with this Axel Vervoort, who was accused of owning a castle that was involved in a pedophile ring. Now, when the story starts to pick up, this is where Pizzagate starts to get a life of its own, because people start going through John Podesta's emails, and they start making these spurious connections with code words and things. But they start making that spurious connection and code words because they see primarily this relationship with Marina Abramovic, and Marina Abramovic is sort of notorious for being this weird, often accused of being satanic sort of artist. And they wind up discovering that Tony Podesta is inviting her over for dinner, and they start to, you know, pull up things from Tony Podesta. Now, Tony Podesta, who wasn't really huge in this story until now, has contributed a large part to his brother's power and has also participated in growing his own, we'll call it, empire. His primary source of income was in the lobbying trade. So he was a lobbyist up until Mueller started investigating him. And he has been a major figure in Washington, D.C. life for a very long time. Now, there is a magazine called Washington Life that in 2015 did a profile on Tony Podesta and his art collection, because his role is supposedly as a huge art buff. And the article begins, if you've ever dreamed of strolling through a museum with a slice of pizza and a glass of wine in hand, you need to befriend super lobbyist Tony Podesta. Known about town as a legendary political fix-it man, Podesta has turned his Kalorama home into a shrine to contemporary art, ranging from relatively under-the-radar artists such as Serbian painter Biljana Đurđević to those who are much better known, like French sculptor Louis Bourgeois. Now, this first name stuck out to people. Biljana Đurđević has an art aesthetic and art topic focus for a particular series of art that she did, which is heavily focused on young adults and children with dead eyes that look like the soul has been removed from them, that they are soulless. And in many of the pieces of art that involve these children with soulless, dead-looking eyes and faces, many of them are in, let's say, torturous or pedophilically abusive scenarios. That is not a poor description. It's just the best one that I can do at the moment, and I am going to share some of these photos to give examples of the weird things that she is in. This is one of Tony Podesta's favorite artists. Now, Tony Podesta, is in this Washington Life magazine that I am going to also share the link to here in the space. He owns many items from her collection and from this series. It is not certain that some of the photos, the ones that I'm sharing of the most extreme items of this series, it's not known whether he owns these specific items, because he owns so much artwork that he doesn't actually show it all at once in his home. He rotates them. He has a warehouse where he stores a lot of them, and he will rotate a lot of the items. So he may own some of the most scandalous pieces. He may not own some of the most scandalous pieces, but he absolutely owns pieces from the same series that contains these lifeless eyes and abused children's faces. Now, in the Washington Life link that I shared just now to the space, you'll see a wider sort of array of a story featuring him, in which you can spot the artwork from this series inside of it. The other artist that was named real quick, Louis Bourgeois, is basically Delia Dietz from Beetlejuice. If you recall Beetlejuice, the odd sculptures from that first movie, all being made by the Lydia Dietz mom, that's the kind of artwork that person does. It's all esoteric, weird, bizarre stuff. So I'm going to continue reading some of this article here. He dedicated himself solely to contemporary works. Bourgeois is one of the only two deceased artists represented in the collection, and prefers to buy from the same artists once he establishes he likes their work. Currently, he has collected from 40 different artists in some depth, with the top 5 being Marina Abramovic, Bourgeois, Vic Muniz, and Olaf. The other people don't really matter to the story, so I'm not even going to try to pronounce their names. My personal style aesthetic is spare and clean, as the art was always intended to be the centerpiece of the house. Now, I don't know what he means by that, but it ranges from the bizarre to the really bizarre in a lot of places. He regularly opens his house to casual pizza parties, co-hosted by his friend James Alefantis, the owner of Comet Ping Pong. Over 200 pies emerged from the outdoor pizza oven as guests wandered through the house and the garden while studying his art collection. So this is now where the main cultural story of Pizzagate starts picking up. People start to notice the art patterns and the art stylings that Tony seems to kind of call his favorites, and they see, oh, okay, well, he's friends with this James Alefantis person from Comet Ping Pong Pizza. Now, James Alefantis, at one point, was dating David Brock, the person who started Media Matters. So David Brock hasn't been really a part of this story much, other than to introduce him as a powerful player and a good friend of Hillary Clinton's and central to her media apparatus. But he now makes a sort of a reintroduction as the boyfriend of James Alefantis, who is now regularly hosting pizza parties at Tony Podesta's home with all of this questionable artwork. Now, the James Alefantis is not himself actually unknown and just sort of a friend of some of these people. Washington Life in 2010 named him and David Brock as the DC power couples. They were lists of DC power couples. Founder of the liberal watchdog group Media Matters, Brock is best known for authoring the Troopergate story, which led to the Paula Jones lawsuit. Remember, that's where we started this story long ago. Alefantis does double duty as owner of Buck's Fishing and Camping Restaurant and Comet Ping Pong, and serves as president of the Transformer Gallery. And the Transformer Gallery will come back into play here. So he was named, along with David Brock, as a DC power couple. However, then GQ magazine, 2 years later, I don't know if he was still dating David Brock, but they don't mention David Brock in this piece. They just name the 50 most powerful people in Washington, and James Alefantis is there listed at number 49. So this is specifically how Comet Ping Pong Pizza came to be the central thing in what they call Pizzagate, is because now, because of John Podesta's email leaks, this weird shit with Marina Abramovic and Tony Podesta, we now have James Alefantis being a central figure to Tony Podesta's weird relationship with Marina Abramovic, and is also now listed as one of the most powerful people in Washington, which is a good place to be a powerful person.
Right. So we're not really talking about some immigrant family that has a pizza place to,
We are not.
Yeah.
We are not.
Because that's the idea you get. Like, I mean, if you told me, what's the, imagine the owner of a pizza parlor or whatever, right? You're thinking of somebody who, I don't know, like is working hard and is not exactly swimming in money, right? And therefore putting them in the center of some sort of, big internet attention thing would be a disastrous event for them.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, not that it isn't for anybody else, but it hits different.
Yes. A poor person caught up in nothing. They have absolutely no stake in the game. They have nothing important to. He's just a bystander getting swept up in an internet frenzy. Totally different than a person who's really well connected, which, as you will see, has a very questionable public presentation. Okay. So as the Pizzagate thing was going on, patterns started to be noticed with respect to Alefantis and Comet Ping Pong Pizza. Some of them, of course, are not going to be as maybe significant as others, and they can all be coincidental. But Comet Ping Pong Pizza sort of doubled as a music venue. And one of the bands that had been found to play there in the time period recent to the Podesta emails being launched was a band called the Sex Stains. And people had noticed during their internet sleuthing that symbology in this band named the Sex Stains, symbology in their music videos was on an FBI document about symbols used in the sex trafficking trade to specify preferences for what type of person you were favoring, whether it was what they call boy love or whether it was girl love, sorts of like age range communications and things like that. So that sort of thing, that's one of the ones where I'll say, that's coincidental. That's easily coincidental. The symbol itself is like I'll describe it. I'm sharing them to the space, so to all who want to watch, but I'll describe it. It's like a spiralized triangle. Okay, so you take a triangle, you start to draw it, but instead of completing it, you start to draw it inside of itself until you reach the center. Okay, now certain things like that triangle and things like throughout time, like swastikas, these are basic shapes that people might come up with without having any intent to replicate, another symbol. If you didn't know that the swastika was associated with Nazi history and you were just drawing lines, a swastika is sort of like a simple shape to come up, right? So they start to notice things like that, but then they also get a hold of James Alefantis and employees of Comet Ping Pong Pizza's Instagram. They get their Instagram accounts, and then they start to see very strange patterns. So one of the first things, which I would chalk up to being innocent, is what I believe this is the child of James Alefantis and his current boyfriend or husband. But I don't. It could be a nephew. I don't understand 100% the relationship of this person who keeps popping up. But they seemingly have a photo on Instagram of jokingly tying this or taping this child's hands to the table. Okay, just they said it's like a babysitter, right? Or how do you handle your underage guests? Kids are rambunctious, and so there's a photo of them, coming up with a solution. But then there winds up being a weird pattern between James Alefantis and one of his employees, Jeff Smith, where they start sharing very morbid jokes about the pizza place and about children and murder. So I'm sharing into the thread, which you may want to follow because it's going to be hard to describe all of this in real time. But one of the images is from this Jeff Smith who worked at Comet Ping Pong Pizza. It's standing in front or behind, directions really don't describe themselves, of a child-sized coffin. And he's referring... he's referring to it there, and then that's one of his odd posts. Why does he have a child-sized coffin? So then he has another photo where he's actually talking about work, and he has a coffin drawing that he is calling the kill room, and starts referencing some of the related items with Comet Ping Pong Pizza. Then, on one of the photos, they are looking at a walk-in freezer. This is where some of the regular Pizzagate story comes in. And James Alefantis posts this walk-in freezer, and this Jeff Smith employee calls it a kill room. Okay, so very similar to his own posts where he's talking about where he has the child coffins and things like that and calling things kill rooms. He does this hashtag kill room in this photo, this walk-in freezer, and James Alefantis replies to him with a hashtag murder, and they start to kind of make this joke, sort of a thing between them, where you have kill rooms, you have places where you murder people. Then there are other things where they post inside of Comet Ping Pong Pizza, someone covered in, don't know if it's real blood, but it is a blood-like substance. And they are saying it's Halloween based, but they're posting this to their Instagram. So these series of things start to give people, concern. As time goes on, they find more Instagram photos. And one of them, posted to James Alefantis' Instagram, is someone holding a child. It might be the same child that was taped, but I can't be sure. And they use the hashtag, James Alefantis does, chicken lovers. And there's nothing chicken involved. And the best that someone might come up with, which I believe actually is probably true, is that it refers to a slang term in the gay community that basically says boy love. And of course, I wouldn't assume that he's being literal in a pedophilic way with the statement, because when you are, so if you weren't aware by James Alefantis dating David Brock, James Alefantis is gay. And if you go through their feeds, you find out that their presentation style is very hypersexual. There's going to be more sexual-based themes going through. And if you spend time with people who, let's say, belong to a hypersexual gay community, they find gallows humor of that nature funny often. So making a joke of that kind, if you, let's say, innocently loving your own child, adopted, surrogate, I don't know, or nephew, you might make a joke like that and not actually mean what that might suggest you mean, right? It's an inside joke. Everyone knows you don't mean it, sort of. But that's among the items that people were noticing that would give them pause, given that this guy has now been associated with Tony Podesta with all of the weird art and the association with Marina Abramovic with all her weird art. But now I'm posting just a couple more photos that don't necessarily have anything to do with pedophilia specifically, but just kind of show that the tone of the Instagram and the treatment of their pizza place was that it was highly sexualized and like a pro-sexual environment, the sort of stuff that you would expect to see in Portland. It's all fine. They in Comet Ping Pong Pizza, they've hosted drag shows. The band Sex Stains, like I just said, was playing there. Other band named Heavy Breathing was playing there. All hypersexual sort of stuff. So the atmosphere there was very libertine when it came to sexual behavior, and the Instagram pages also there. So now the biggest thing that I would put here as concerning, if I'm being honest about things that actually make me kind of eyebrow raise, is kind of like the inside joke with the child coffins in the kill room. At some point, that repeated type of comedy gives me a little bit of an eye. Every once in a while, sort of morbid humor. Yeah, it's fine. I make morbid jokes decently frequently. But when you have the same one recurring and you keep referring to the place that you work as having kill rooms and things like that, it gets a little sketchy, right? I'm not saying it's indicts you, but that gets a little sketchy. So that's where the original Pizzagate stuff starts to get people's imaginations going. They make those connections and they run with them. And that's how you get to the guy going up with the machine gun. You run wild with that sort of imagery. That's not where I'm going. I just wanted to make sure that was out there to make people understand that the front presentation of these people was not squeaky clean and absolutely bizarre to come up with ideas of associating them with pedophilia and killing. They were making those associations publicly, obviously for inside joke purposes, or at least that would be the easy explanation for why they were doing that, inside joke purposes, just expressing their own sort of humor. Now, we go back to the real stuff, real things with Marina Abramovic. Now, like I said, ultimately the conclusion is that James Alefantis and Tony Podesta, Marina Abramovic, and Alex Vervoort are largely connected with each other. And that is evident in several ways. But one, go back to the email from Tony Podesta to John Podesta. In that email, he's inviting John Podesta to the spirit cooking dinner. If you accept that the spirit cooking being offered in that email has nothing to do with her 1996 goofy thing with pig's blood and all sorts of statements like, cut your middle finger and drink the blood or something, it comes from an offering on her Kickstarter page, which I just now shared, which offers for $10,000 a reward of spirit cooking, where as a reward for donating $10,000 to her art project, you will get to have dinner with her. And so it was described as a dinner night with Marina, during which she will teach you and other backers at this level how to cook a series of traditional soups, which you will all enjoy together. The night will end with making of a golden ball, a recipe given to Marina in a Tibetan monastery. Marina will bring to this dinner a spirit cooking memento for each backer to keep. Now, if this were the extent of Tony Podesta's involvement with Marina, I would say there isn't much there. He doesn't really know her. He contributed a lot of money. Okay. But that's not true. So, Tony Podesta has regular art shows at his house. He has people come, and as he's rotating his art, he has people come and spectate. These are actually a large portion of how he does his networking and continues to maintain his connections and maintain influence by throwing these parties and inviting large segments of people over to participate in the parties. And in several locations, Tony Podesta and James Alefantis have promoted and supported Marina Abramovic's programs, like upcoming art programs, through Tony Podesta's home. Now I'm looking for, and I do apologize because again, there are a lot of links like this. let's see here. I apologize. I'm looking for it. Okay. So as I search for that, I'll just continue explaining. So in several locations, as one article I read from Washington Life earlier states, when Tony is throwing one of these things, James Alefantis is supplying food, pizza, and things like that as part of the experience, right? And so it's not, of course, always a Marina focused event. He has art from many different people. And I'm going to explain some of the art that you would see if you go through there, as I find the link that actually has the source for it. So the pictures ringing Tony's 9th floor office of Podesta Mattoon deliver an unusual welcome. A suite of arresting computer-manipulated photographs by Dutch artist Margie Geerlinks serves as the cautionary tale of genetic engineering. One shows a boy seemingly born from a sewing machine. Another finds a young girl knitting her own hair. A third has a naked woman immersed in blood-red liquid. Some people think it's a little weird, Tony says of his choices, but that's their problem. Steeped in liberal politics, Tony favors art with in-your-face nudity and social critique. And some people's aesthetics are other people's embarrassments. Tony's younger brother, John, yes, that's John, Bill Clinton's former chief of staff and current president of the liberal think tank Center for American Progress, admires his choices in art, but recognizes that not everyone gets it. Says John, I don't think Tony focus groups his art. Though pictures rotate on and off the walls of the couple's homes, a piece by the Woodley Park living room stays, called Soliloquy 7, a nearly 8-foot-tall color photo by British artist Sam Taylor Wood is an update of a late 15th century painting of Dead Jesus. Taylor Wood faithfully replicates the original's composition, here photographing in vivid color and minute detail a young man laid out on his back. Just one thing, Taylor Wood omits the shroud, displaying the subject in all his nakedness. There's this large photograph that I have, I can show, where this man's genitalia is just on full display in front of, Tony's guests. Now, that sort of stuff, there are people who proudly have, nude photos, artistic nude photos placed throughout their house. But included in this is also the series with like I said, the torturous, pedophilic imagery of the one artist that he favors. There's also, it's not H.R. Geiger exactly, but there is one of the artists that he favors and that he shows routinely has a fascination with hybridization, and they make molds and sculpts of humans intersecting with themselves and sometimes morphing with other animals. I am looking for this photo here. So if I'm going to post it afterwards, I apologize for the delay here. But as these displays keep going, some of them are organized by James Alefantis by another project that he holds called Transformer, that is part of the art community in Washington, D.C. So he actually arranges and constructs the advertising for some of Tony's art events through this Transformer art house that he has. So he has this art company called Transformer, which was one of the lists of the 3 companies that he's hiding, and he's the one who organizes the events. And at different times, he has organized events and sponsored events by Marina Abramovic. And in 2015, just before the Podesta emails came out, James Alefantis had flown to the event described in her email as being a project in collaboration with Alex Vervoort. So if you recall the email exchange that we talked about from Tony to John inviting him to dinner, there was a display going from the 6th of November to the 22nd of November in 2015 that was curated by Axel Vervoort. James Alefantis posted to his Instagram himself being at that event to support Alex Vervoort and tags Alex Vervoort on his Instagram to let him know that he's there. And Marina has not had just one event with Alex Vervoort. She has a long-standing and recurring working relationship with Alex Vervoort. And if you take all of that together, all of the things that we're discussing, and I will show more examples of Tony Podesta's art collection that gives rise and concern. I'll post the links that give you more extensive information about Marina Abramovic and Alex Vervoort's working collaborations, and James Alefantis's relationship in the art community and working with them and supporting them. That, taking into an entirety, gives you something that is a meaningful sort of Pizzagate, where you have the powerful people in play dealing in the art community, which, if you understand how a lot of powerful people work with art, it often can be used as a way to, let's say, make purchases or things off the books, where the items being exchanged are art and money, but the actual thing you are purchasing is something else. There's also ways that they work with them to sort of allow people to make future deductions, as you can inflate the price of something as sort of an agreement where you can allow someone to purchase something for a set price that allows it to be valuated, therefore at that price, because that's what it was last purchased for. In which case, you can also then change hands with it in ownership in like offshore accounts, and wind up with ownership of this, and then get a deduction if you donate it to a museum. All sorts of weird things that people do with art that involve large amounts of money and powerful plays and brokers. You have all of that together, and a regular friendship with Marina Abramovic and her business partner / friend Alex Vervoort, who was accused of being a central figure in a large pedophile ring. Then you actually have a real Pizzagate sort of story, particularly when you have the time bomb that Andrew Breitbart had put in 2011, saying how John Podesta is not known as someone who covers up these things is beyond him. So there's your central core thing of Pizzagate. It is not the silly thing that gets dismissed by Sam Harris as just being a whole bunch of wacko people inventing something. No, there's real things going on in the weirdness of the Tony Podesta art collection and James Alefantis' relationship to art, and the treatment of their libertine sexual persuasion with the Comet Ping Pong Pizza. I hope that conclusion there was somewhat satisfactory. There's going to be so many links that I'm going to post, including things like Tony Podesta's toilet camera, where he actually filmed people going to the bathroom in his house, but he just made it look like an art project by also showing them their own defecation and urination. So it was okay.
Yeah, I mean, on some level, you can sort of definitely paint a picture here. If you wanted to sort of make this into a nothing burger, right, you would sort of paint this as elites engaging in like boundary bending, boundary breaking, behaviors, like make me feel something type stuff, right, where clearly they're sort of playing around with all these themes, right? These things are considered sort of art because they sort of touch things that people find meaningful, but blend them in ways that are disturbing, right? So blood is meaningful, children are meaningful. You put the two together, you go somewhere else, right? And art does do that a lot, right? Like, I mean, you've spent your time in the presence of many metal bands, if I understand correctly, and they love their symbology, but at the same time, when hanging out with weird people is part of that, and you don't need to know what those people are doing, or maybe you have a sense, but you kind of don't want to know in a way, right? You kind of just like, oh, Marina and her friend, they're really weird, whatever, right? That's what makes them interesting. But at the same time, that is a pathway, right? You could totally paint a picture where, yeah, that's how it starts. And you start with like, oh, that's weird. And then you're like, what if, things are involved? And then you kind of find yourself at a party where people are high and shit is happening and you might or might not participate, et cetera, et cetera. One thing I don't know how to articulate this, but it struck me at some point that being blackmailable is essential coordination technology, right?
Right.
Like, if you are not able to understand what it means that, like, don't fuck me on this because I'll destroy you, even if you have a credible way of destroying the other person, it doesn't help if they don't know it. You know what I mean? Like, but if they do, they can become really, you can have win-win coordination with them because you can trust them for hard reasons, right? Which means that people have a reason to make themselves blackmailable deliberately, like knowingly, right? Because then they can be used and trusted effectively, right, by people who could bestow upon them great benefits, but only because they know that they can trust these people. And again, not know it as in like, this person would never harm me because they're harmless, but this person would never harm me because I would destroy them in ways that both me and they understand. And therefore, that sets the collaboration, let's call it, on very firm footing, right? Because everybody understands what's going to happen otherwise. So, the game theory of that is really quite straightforward. And I'm not sort of saying this because I know something, but because I literally just worked it out in the way I'm describing it. So, you kind of the basic logic of all of that makes total sense. And, engaging together in such behavior also builds the kind of trust that you will need to then go out and spread the falsest narratives of whatever when needed, right? Like, for example, I noticed that during my investigations of a lab leak, certain names kept popping up over and over and over again.
Right.
And then I found out that the same virologists, not people connected to them, like literally the same, I found like 6 or 7 shared names from the people who were fighting to sort of bury the lab leak hypothesis for COVID, had also been working together to bury the hypothesis for human, let's call it research accident origin of HIV.
Mm-hmm.
Right, and then it dawned on me that I had another investigative rule that when you see an advanced behavior, this is not, whoever is doing it, either the single person or the group, this is not their first rodeo, right? People don't show up doing, advanced cover-ups from the get-go. They have, this is what you're looking at is automation that has been developed over time. Like you said with, the whole like denial and smear stuff where you can sort of trace the genetic lineage over time. Anyway, I'm not really saying anything in particular, just sharing that all of this makes a ton of sense.
You remind me of a point I wanted to hammer home was, not that necessarily that I am proving anything actually occurred with James Alefantis and Tony Podesta involving a sex trafficking ring, because I from the outset I said I'm not promising that in any way whatsoever. But you just reminded me to hammer home. Pizzagate has been relegated to the just loony, there's nothing to see here, anyone who says it is just a buffoon, anyone who even talks about any of the material is a crazy person, the same way that all of the other things had been dismissed earlier. Lewinsky, she's just a slut, she's just a crazy person, she's a loon, she's just doing this for attention. All of the things that I was describing all the way up in here, that pattern, also repeats itself with Pizzagate. It just doesn't have one main target now. It has, several.
Yep. Yeah, and I mean, the fact that the same person died in a shootout or whatever you're saying makes me wonder if this was, somehow set up to create that alibi to guilt the whole thing out. Have you seen that?
Yeah.
I again, we have no evidence of any of this. We have no way of knowing. It's just, I tend to think that people underestimate the degree to which emergence works on this stuff. Because when you are on the lookout for a certain kind of thing, for example, coordination mechanisms between powerful people, you will bump into the same things over and over again.
Right.
Like it's not, this does not require the Knights Templar to have handed down their knowledge to some Maltese professor that's involved in Russiagate or something, though it doesn't rule it out. But like it's you should expect, like, we should expect these patterns to be showing up because they work.
Right.
And it's not a kind of like we've been talking about a certain somebody who is a bit of a stalker recently. I don't want to mention his name because I don't want the trouble. But part of his sort of technique is to sort of take this like parental attitude of like, oh, I can't believe you would insinuate this, and you would sort of, you don't know the basics of how these things work, and you're just like conspiracizing,
right.
Basic, easy stuff. And the point is that I think the right answer to this is not to sort of defend yourself, but to take the same tone back and say, you don't understand basic game theory and how power is wielded. What are you even questioning here? Like, maybe something happened or didn't happen, but the fact that it can happen is not even like, who am I even talking? What are you, 12? Like that's probably the appropriate tone that, people like that should be met with, because effectively what they're trying to assert without saying it, again, this kind of silent assumption attitude, is that nefarious things don't happen in the background. And once you say it like that, it's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, have you never read anything ever?
Yeah.
Are you unaware that people talk to each other and don't put a press release out about it? Like, you're not on Signal? Like, anyway, all right, I'll stop my ranting. This was
thanks, and I apologize to everyone listening if that very tail end was a little more scattered than the rest of the presentation. The end part of that story is so non-linear that it's a little hard to explain in a linear fashion, particularly when you're describing art verbally. It's very difficult.
I think you did a good job, actually. I mean, that was,
well, thank you.
You showed some of the material as you were working on it, and it didn't make a lot of sense at the time. Now it makes a lot more sense. But I made a point of not looking at it because the material itself was disturbing enough. And again, like, I understand that is a way to make art work, right? You find meaningful symbols and you connect them in ways suggestive of extreme boundary breaking, and that's it's almost like being a hack in terms of an artist, because of course putting a child in a pool of blood gets a rise out of people. Like, congratulations. Mm-hmm. Like, wow, I can't believe, how did you think of that one? But at the same time, it works and people do it. And really the reason people don't do it is because you don't, now I'm going to slip into a mode of speaking that I don't usually go to, but like, you don't do it because you don't want to be known as the person who messes with that kind of shit. So obviously when you do it, you do become that person. And you're, there's another way to say this, which is like, you don't sort of blaspheme the sacred, right? Because demonic powers might come over you, and really these two things might be the same. It's right there. The way in which you gain notoriety is by blending these symbols with each other, right? But you're not supposed to. And the reason why not is because you create this energy around you that might pull you into things that you may or may not be involved with. You see what I mean?
Mhm.
But somehow, events have a mind of their own, and people make connections because you are putting that message out there, whether you like it or not.
Yeah, listen. If I made jokes about being a pedophile routinely, at some point, someone's going to go look at all the shit you say.
Right.
And
exactly.
and so the thing is that you always have to like it. It's both. It's a double-edged sword because it's how a lot of people work, but it's also grants nefarious characters a cover where they can just pretend that they were, engaging in morbid humor. They were
Right,
just.
right.
It's an inside
I'm
joke.
only joking. And it's like, well, what's the punchline?
Right.
Anyway,
and so but I mean, I'm going to do something I haven't done before, and I'm going to turn my normal worksheet for this space. I'm going to turn it into a PDF with what I have, and so you'll have to deal with the fact that it's not organized for your consumption. It's organized for my work, but it'll contain everything I've been talking about, and hopefully be able to provide you with the things that I haven't been able to post in order in the thread here. And so you can have a bunch of links to a whole bunch of weird shit and go down your own rabbit hole for this. I hope that I've done due diligence on what I promised, the offset, but that's basically, the 30 years of politics that it takes to understand Pizzagate in a truly important manner, which is that the people who have been routinely lying to you and are now powerful liars are also in bed with powerful people who have been accused of running pedophile rings in the past.
and they're really upset that you're bringing this up.
Yes.
They're really mad at you.
If I wind up being in any way important because of this stupid space, I will laugh.
Well, I guess this is the kind of thing, right? Like, and you if you go around with, I don't know, like a really expensive watch in a really bad neighborhood and get robbed, like, on the one hand, somebody could say like, well, it's my right to do that, and that is correct. But, you are being provocative, right? And then if you attract the wrong kind of attention, you can't say you had nothing to do with it. Let me put it that way.
Yeah. Well, anyway. I would love if other people have some comments or questions or statements or anything that we talked about today, and I'll close this out. I want to say that my attempt here has been to consolidate something that I've had in my mind for a very long time that I've told in various ways, because the story of the last 30 years really was just mostly between like Matt Drudge, Andrew Breitbart, and the Clinton apparatus. Like, that explains majority of the things that went on, and that it winds up with Pizzagate as your end conclusion there. If you'd like to request to speak, I would love to get any feedback on what what I've discussed. Hear any thoughts, any opinions, criticisms, anything. I would love to hear if you have any, because I otherwise am going to start to close out. But I will turn my worksheet into a PDF. The challenge was I had like 30 years of story to condense and find sources for, even though they were trapped in my brain, and I did a decent job.
Honestly, I think if AI was a little bit more advanced, this is the sort of thing that I would prompt it to turn into a mini documentary just on the basis of your voiceover. And one day we will. Don't worry.
Okay. That'll be a project. Okay, Mike, you're up here with a speaker thing. If you're still here, you want to give any thoughts?
Well, it kind of felt like Paul Harvey, the rest of the story. You should have added some like halting pauses in there, and ended with now you know the rest of the story. It's very good.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. It was, I mean, the nuance there. There's the caricature that we read about and hear about, and then there's smart people attack it, and you see why a guy like that goes to where it was, DC, and shoots up a pizzeria, because like, if you really believe that, and that trail of evidence that you put together really kind of, it's plausible, at least.
Well, so you know,
really buried in it, right?
Yeah, well, I mean that the long version of the story is actually how casual people who listen to politics, who maybe, let's say, wind up being in the Alex Jones wing of the political spectrum, right? They can see the same things I described over time of you know, the Clintons lying about things, you know, all of the ways that they demand that the person making the accusation prove it conclusively before they just admit that yes, they were doing it all along, and then they get away with it like Hillary Clinton did, you know, with her private email server and violating the security laws. You know, they see that and they understand generically, and then they hear a new sensational thing about something that does happen in the world, but they hear it applied to a particular set of people, and the sensational nature of the WikiLeaks dump at that time gave you the sense that you were on to the secrets. You were getting the secrets. And then of course, I guess the secrets had to be encoded because you had to have plausible deniability if anyone got a hold of the secret communications. And so you wind up getting caught up in that. And now all of a sudden it's like, okay, well, now we know who the bad actors are and exactly where they live, right? No, let's go do it. And that's always a horrible idea. Always a horrible idea. Not to mention that the particular train of thought was not great, but you know,
yep,
that's why.
Well, thank you for the nuanced analysis, and you know,
I appreciate it.
Of course, it was like Serial. Remember Serial podcast? There was no end to it, but it was a great story. It was
like I said, I didn't do a trial run of this, so it was I did my best.
No, I followed it pretty closely, and I didn't know anything about any. I was not political until about 3 years ago, so I didn't know about any of that. So I appreciate it.
All right, no other brave souls. I guess I'm going to close this out. I'll put the PDF up there in the next 20 minutes. So if you want that, you'll see about how I tried to organize all the stuff I was trying to put down from my memory.
Gator, I think you, as a closing thought, I think what you are doing is a very good service in terms of being careful with the evidence. And the reason to be careful with the evidence is not because one is worried about getting sued or whatever. And it's not to sort of avoid going into uncomfortable conclusions, for me at least. It is because if you keep your options open, there's other things that might appear that will help you tie out some loose end that you didn't rush to close up when you didn't have the information, right? It keeps correct extension points open, right? Even if they're kind of crying out to be closed out with a rushed conclusion that, kind of feels obvious or whatever at the time when you don't have the evidence. But if you close it out, that puts you, in a ghetto where, it's not that you're unjustified in doing it. It's just that you foreclose the opportunity to see the true rest of the story if and when it comes up later, because you've now committed yourself to a narrative that wasn't, you did not have warrant to sort of,
right.
Fully accept. At least that's how, so basically the paradox here is that by being careful with what you believe, you don't end up with fewer conclusions. Sometimes you end up with more conclusions. It's just that they don't come as easy sometimes.
Yeah, I'm very comfortable with saying that Tony Podesta has a really fucked up art collection. At a minimum, that's the minimum conclusion, right? Like it's just bizarre. And like I did post a link to the one New York Times article where let me try to, now of course I'm scrolling to get to where I had just posted it. And that article, inside of that article, it's like these little gems that they hide in there that they don't make the center focus, even though it sounds like it should be the center focus. Come on, here we go. So it was the New York Times, and it was supposed to be about Tony Podesta coming back from his he closed down his lobbying group because he was involved in the Mueller investigation by way of Paul Manafort. And Paul Manafort was going down, and he there was a question of FARA applications and procedures, and like the minute Manafort came to question him, Tony Podesta just boom closed his whole thing down, and there was no, people were talking well, wait, you just closed it down overnight? You just closed your entire operation down because Manafort talked to you? And so there was a New York Times article saying that he wants to return to politics. He wants his career back. But inside of that article, while he sold the lakefront home in Northern Virginia in 2007, former neighbors still discussed an installation in his guest bathroom consisting of a closed-circuit video camera installed inside a toilet. Like,
yep.
You just see these fucking sentences just blown into the middle of an article, and it's like,
I keep finding these weird links to Ukraine that I swear to God we're gonna learn one day what the fuck is going on there, because somehow the Clintons and Ukraine just keep coming back together.
There was Ukraine stuff in this too. No,
but you just said it. Like Manafort was there in Ukraine, and that's
where this comes in. Yeah, that's where this comes in.
But what people don't know is that what he was doing there, he was not, advocating for Putin or whatever. He was trying to help the Ukrainian sort of pro-Russian oligarch class come into the West, because they were sick and tired of being stuck with the Russians. So their whole point was like, how do we, get on the good side of the West? And that was what Manafort was called to do. So on that sense, the Clinton connection is not sort of that hard to draw when you know that Victoria Nuland and all those people were on the other side of that conversation. Anyway, but so like Manafort is not like some sort of the way he's been portrayed basically has almost nothing to do with reality, and the Ukrainians themselves, like the Ukrainian government at the time, tried hard to set him up. And in that way actually interfered in the elections, but that's another story. Anyway, long story short, that somehow I feel like, and this is just something I have in the back of my mind, Ukraine somehow always comes back, and I feel like post-Soviet collapse, Ukraine became this, countryside slush fund for all sorts of things that maybe we'll find out one day, and maybe it won't.
Yeah. Well, if you're just catching in at the tail end of this, you've missed about 2 hours of an explanation into the history of Pizzagate that you might want to go and listen back on the record, because this is, I definitely am not going to be doing this again in a live fashion. I will probably maybe record it, as a dedicated thing, but there was a lot that we went over, and seemingly people found it enlightening, so I'm glad that I did it.
This is great.
Other than that, I hope you have a wonderful week. We have a new administration coming in, and we will see what kind of chaos occurs in the first couple of days. Have a good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody.
Thank
Have
you.
a dumb